guarantee you no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Jacob Rees-Mogg says that the government have not yet taken advantage of leaving the European Union.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 12th of August. No, it's not the 12th, is it? Today?
Is it? It's the 13th.
It's the 13th today, yeah. Anyway, this is, this is Breakfast on GB News here with him, Paul, and me, Anne. Hi.
Hi, we are live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here's what you're waking up to this Saturday morning.
As we were saying there, Jacob Rees-Mogg has admitted that Brexit hasn't been taken advantage of in an exclusive GB News interview. The Minister for Brexit Opportunities and Government Efficiency also gave us details on his plans for the future of the civil service, following, of course, you remember his controversial comments on working from home.
Also this morning, the British author Salman Rushdie has been stabbed during a literary event in New York State. The author has since been transported to hospital and been in surgery for his extensive injuries. Rushdie's agent claims he has been put on a ventilator and would most likely lose an eye.
And more rail strikes have hit Britain's transport network yet again, with members of the ASLEF union walking out this morning. 9 rail companies will not be able to offer services on one of the busiest summer days of the year, with both families and football fans badly affected.
As ever, you can join in any of the conversations this morning. You can drop us a line, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Interesting, isn't it? You'll be able to watch the full interview a bit later on with Jacob Rees-Mogg. But if he's saying that we haven't yet taken advantage of Brexit, he's the Minister for Brexit Opportunities.
So maybe it's a self-critique interview. Perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it is odd that he apparently said that the benefits of Brexit have not been fully realised. Now, as I was saying, our full interview with him will be running on Saturday morning with Esther and Phil at 10 a.m. That's a bit later on then this morning. But let's have a sneak preview into what he said.
Have we reaped the benefits of Brexit?
I completely forgot about
Me too.
We've got much more to do. We've got some benefits already, and we saw that with vaccine rollout. We've seen it with some minor tax changes. We've seen it with the tentative beginnings of free ports. But there is a lot more that we can do. Solvency II could unleash tens of billions of pounds a year for investment in the economy. It's one of the biggest things we can do to boost the economy. There are other things we can do. We should get rid of all the tariffs on goods that we don't produce, which would be a help, not the biggest help, but a help to people in a cost of living crisis.
I was going to say, what do you think needs to be done to deliver those sort of Brexit bonuses?
There's the opportunity to take the 5% VAT off fuel, which we couldn't possibly do whilst we were in the European Union, but would be a help to every household.
Interesting, isn't it, that he said that? Should we talk to Ben Habib now, former Brexit Party MEP, about what Jacob Rees-Mogg said? A very good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Well, what's your reaction, first of all? He's the Minister for Brexit Opportunities, and he's admitting that we haven't yet taken advantage of Brexit.
Well, we haven't. I would argue that we haven't actually properly Brexited yet. And one of the things, I haven't had the benefit of obviously watching Rees-Mogg's interview, but one of the things the government is very shy of is admitting that the deals that it's done with the European Union in order to effect what it calls Brexit actually ties us into the EU regulatory framework in a very significant way. So, just to remind viewers who aren't familiar with the two agreements that we've signed, first of all, Northern Ireland has been to a very significant extent left behind in the European Union. And then for the rest of the United Kingdom, we've signed up to a level playing field, which means that we can't deviate easily from EU state aid laws, competition laws, employment laws, and indeed the environment. So when we talk about deregulation, for example, we are committed by international treaty to the European Union not to regress from our drive towards net zero. And, we've all experienced what a regulatory constraint that particular drive has been and the enormous costs it's placed on our economy already. So I very much look forward to seeing what Jacob has to say. But we haven't got total independence from the EU yet, and I don't think we'll be able to take advantage of the Brexit freedoms, of which, by the way, there are many. But you have to cut the apron strings with the EU in order to take advantage of them.
So you're saying what you think the government should do is rip up the trade and cooperation agreement with the EU?
Absolutely. That a lot of people watching this would probably roll their eyes and think that's an incredibly extreme position to take. But it's not. All people like me would be saying in response is that we must have the ability to make laws and set policies solely with British national interests in mind. And if we choose then to do things in alignment with the EU or the United States or any other international trade partner that we have, that would be for us to decide. But what we mustn't do is constrain ourselves and prohibit our ability to deviate. And that is what we've done in those two agreements. Boris Johnson claimed that he would deliver the country out of the European Union as one united kingdom. And at the very least, what he's done is partition it, leaving Northern Ireland behind. And we are now all aware of that. People like me were beating on about this back in 2019 and 2020. But it is now self-evident for everyone to see that Northern Ireland has been left behind. So Jacob Rees-Mogg cannot get up and say that Brexit had been properly delivered, or indeed that we can take advantage of the benefits of Brexit until we at least have properly left the EU.
As a former Brexit MEP, how frustrating has it been for you seeing, as you just said there, seeing the Prime Minister say, I have delivered Brexit, when it's not the Brexit you thought you were going to get?
Well, it's been hugely frustrating. The Conservative Party, including people like Jacob Rees-Mogg, keep patting themselves on the back saying, we got Brexit done. Well, you haven't got Brexit done. Liz Truss talks about delivering the manifesto pledges if she becomes Prime Minister. Well, the first thing she's got to do is reread page 5 of the Conservative Party manifesto and deliver the central promise on which this government, which was elected, which was to deliver Brexit. No amount of Tory apologists can make up for the reality that Brexit has not been delivered. And you describe it as my form of Brexit, but actually any independent analysis of an arrangement which leaves you tied into laws made by a foreign power cannot be regarded as taking back control of your own laws, your own cash, your borders, etc. We just simply haven't done it.
Just very finally, Ben, how would you, if you want to rip up the trade and cooperation agreement, how would you square that with solving the conundrum with Northern Ireland? Because that relies on having, frictionless trade across the border. That underpins the Good Friday Agreement. It's all intertwined. How would you do that? OK, well, in a nutshell, the trade between Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland equates to about €5 billion a year. That is less than 1% of the trade between the United Kingdom and the EU. I would have no customs checks at that border. Indeed, at the moment, you may be aware that there are no customs checks taking place for goods coming from Northern Ireland into Great Britain, which is one of the things the EU has launched infringement proceedings against the UK about. So we wouldn't have any
customs checks on our side of the border. And it would be up to the EU to decide if for that tiddly amount of trade, less than 1% of total trade between the UK and the EU, it wanted to erect customs posts on its side of the border, which would be in the Republic of Ireland. And by the way, just to get something absolutely clear for viewers, there is nothing in the Good Friday Agreement which prohibits customs checks between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Indeed, that agreement, that international agreement in 1998, recognises the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So this notion that you've got to have a border without any form of infrastructure at all on any side is a false one. But having said that, the British government was never going to institute checks on our side of the border, and it isn't instituting checks for goods coming from Northern Ireland into Great Britain because the partition right now is in the Irish Sea. So if we put the customs border back where it should be, between Northern Ireland and the Republic, there would be no checks on our side.
Well, we'll leave it there. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. That's Ben Habib there, who was a former Brexit Party MEP, or is a former Brexit Party MEP. I was in Northern Ireland just a few days ago.
Oh, yeah?
And if you go by what taxi drivers say, and they're always very opinionated and will tell you, that there's frustration right across the political spectrum in Northern Ireland that those who voted Brexit don't feel that they got what they wanted at all. And those who voted against Brexit just feel the whole thing's a complete mess as far as Northern Ireland is concerned.
Yeah, if there's one thing that... Because I went and made a doc in Northern Ireland for us last year, and if there's one thing that unites all the people of Northern Ireland, it's their general dislike of the British government. because either way, like you said, whichever way they voted, they didn't get what they voted for.
No, they did. They really...
So no one's happy. Really.
They want another vote.
Basically, yeah.
GB
Views at gbnews.uk. As ever, it is 6:10. Let's bring you up to date with what else is happening this morning.
Well, more extreme heat is expected in the south of the UK this weekend. The north is set to be struck by thunderstorms and floods. Temperatures are predicted to reach up to 34 degrees this weekend, with the Environment Agency warning that the current drought could last into next year.
The FBI, who've searched Donald Trump's home in Florida, have removed 11 sets of classified documents, some top secret. A federal judge approved a warrant to carry out a search at Mar-a-Lago. It's after the US government said it's possible the former president had violated the Espionage Act, a law that forbids passing on or keeping national defense information.
Rail passengers face further disruption today as drivers at 9 train companies walk out over pay and conditions. West Coast Services, LNER, London Overground and South Eastern are all affected, and some parts of the country will have no services at all.
And the Post Office will stage fresh strikes for 3 days at the end of August. The Communication Workers Union has announced staff will walk out on the 26th, 27th and 30th in an escalating dispute over pay.
Honestly, sometimes as you read out the headlines, you feel like the world is coming to an end, don't you? It's just a sort of avalanche of bad news or negative news.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And quite often, actually, a theme of a lot of the stories I've been reporting on over the past few months is shortages. Mm-hmm. Shortages of fuel, shortages of energy, shortages of water, shortages of labour.
We're going to have shortages of vegetables now because they're not obviously can't grow very well in a drought, and there's obviously not enough water to even be able to irrigate fields properly. And apparently, it also means that vegetables are going to be smaller. So if you get your hands on some carrots, they're going to be small.
So no more massive potatoes.
No, and those are the very vegetables that really need an awful lot of water because they are water.
So I found out yesterday, yeah.
Where were you yesterday?
No, I didn't literally. I mean, I was listening to the news yesterday.
Oh, I see.
I didn't hear about it. I mean, I was by a reservoir yesterday, but no. But I heard that apparently it's water intensive.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a problem, isn't it?
Yep.
But we'll keep ourselves all up a bit as well. We'll have lots of up things to talk about. I actually want to hear from you because in the wake of dementia, I think it's like something like National Dementia Day coming up. They're talking about the fact that lots of people have got their own little ways of keeping the little grey cells moving.
Yeah, keeping the hamster running around the world.
That's right, yeah. And it could be, I mean, maybe you're into Sudoku. I never get my head around that at all. Or crossword puzzles. I mean, some people are brilliant at crosswords, and it keeps the mental juices flowing. But there's also a report saying maybe it's never too late to take up a musical instrument and learn how to play it, because that sort of thing is very, very good for the brain.
It's fantastic.
Brain training.
No, indeed. And I've always wanted to play the piano or the guitar. Never got round to it. Yeah,
I was going to learn to play the clarinet during lockdown.
Yeah.
Because I thought, you've got nothing else to do. Sit there for, an hour or two a day. You could get remote lessons.
Yeah.
An hour or two a day of practice, and you could be quite good after a year, I thought.
And what happened?
I didn't do anything. Nothing at all. I couldn't believe it.
Does the recorder count?
Sorry?
Does the recorder
yes,
count?
I think anything does.
Well,
anything
everyone
that
plays a recorder.
Yes. Yeah, you can. Yes, exactly. What do you do to keep the little grey cells active? That's what I'd like to hear. Or what would you like to do? I mean, just don't just talk about it. Actually do it.
Well, yeah.
They say it makes a huge difference in the fight against dementia setting in.
Yeah, that's my problem, talking about it but not doing it. GBViews, gbnews.uk. Let's get the latest on Sir Salman Rushdie then. You may have heard he was attacked at an event in New York last night.
Yeah, it was a literary event, and he was about to deliver a lecture at Chautauqua Institution in Western New York. Apparently, it's a very well-known place for celebrating the freedom of speech. And then a young man sort of leapt up onto the stage and stabbed him viciously in the neck and abdomen.
New York State Police have named the suspect as 24-year-old Hadi Matar. Now, he remains in custody. Although Rushdie has been placed on a ventilator, his agent says the nerves in his arm were severed, his liver damaged, and he could lose an eye.
Well, for more on those developments, let's speak to a former trade representative during the Bush and Clinton administrations. He's Steve Gill. Thank you very much for joining us today. I don't know whether you know any more news at all, whether there's been an update on Salman Rushdie's condition, but it's a terribly shocking event to have happened, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a horrible attack on Salman Rushdie, but it's also an attack on free speech, which is what this institute was celebrating by having him. He's been under a fatwa or a death decree from the Iranian theocracy for the last 30, 40 years or so. And just a year or so ago, the supreme leader of Iran was asked whether they were softening their approach on that fatwa that had been listed against him. And they affirmed that it was still in effect. So millions of dollars in hit money were still hanging out there for someone willing to kill this man for speaking and writing a book called Satanic Verses that some in the Muslim community thought was an assault verbally and in writing against Muhammad. So this was still in effect. So at a time that the U.S. is trying to soften relations with Iran, it's clear their relations in terms of proceeding against this man had not softened at all.
Do many people in the States know who Salman Rushdie is, Steve?
I think they're learning. There hasn't been a lot of attention to him since the late 90s when he was in the news a lot. But he's been speaking. He's been a proponent of free speech, and I think again people are getting a refresh of what this means and the threat that had been hanging over his head for a long time. And it's interesting because we're learning from the investigators that there had been requests for more security for him. And the institution had decided not to do that because they didn't want a barrier between the attendees and the speakers, the guests. They thought that would kind of chill the whole approach of free speech that they were promoting. And unfortunately for Mr. Rushdie, there was no barrier between the audience and him.
Yeah, and it just shows the power of that fatwa still enduring. Given that the suspect is 24 years old, he wasn't even born when Satanic Verses was written.
Yeah, and I think he'd been born in California, but had not long ago moved to New Jersey. This attack actually happened in sort of a rural part of New York, about an hour outside of Buffalo, New York. So it wasn't in New York City. I think people think of New York sometimes and they think, oh, it's New York City. This was actually at an institute that is far removed from New York City. But this individual was able to get a pass to the event and then launch this attack on Mr. Rushdie. What's even more bizarre is that the authorities investigating it, the FBI, the state troopers in New York, initially were saying they had no idea about motive. And it's like, guys, he was under a death sentence from the Iranian theocracy. What do you mean there's no idea of what the motive might have been?
I mean, a fatwa is actually, it makes it incumbent upon every Muslim to go out of their way to try and murder somebody. That's what a fatwa is.
And they put money on top of it. There were millions of dollars that were banked to reward anybody who carried it out. So, again, the idea that they're not sure what the motive was, maybe the FBI is too busy rummaging around Melania Trump's underwear drawer to figure out what motives are in an attack like this.
It's a terrible thing. Steve, thanks very much indeed for joining us from Las Vegas.
I'm going to go back so I can, keep my mind right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Yeah,
Thank
Steve
you.
Gill there, who used to work for the US government under Bush and Clinton. GBViews at gbnews.uk if you want to feed back to us on that one. It is 6:19. Let's talk about the rail strike, because rail passengers are set for a weekend of disruption as drivers at 9 train companies walk out over pay and working conditions.
Yeah, members of the union ASLEF are staging a 24-hour walkout, with some parts of the country will have literally no services at all. ASLEF's General Secretary Mick Whelan warns that if there's no breakthrough in negotiations with the government, more strikes will be called.
Meanwhile, companies not involved in the strike will continue running trains, but are expected to be busier than normal.
Right, well, let's see if we can speak to the travel editor at The Independent, Simon Calder. Oh, there he is. Hello, Simon. Lovely to talk to you. Where are you at the moment? Because you're always travelling all over the world.
And good morning, Paul, as well. Yeah, I'm in Chicago. I've actually just been along to Union Station, a few blocks from here. Everything running normally there, but I'm afraid in the UK, it's a very, very different matter. Yes, we have 9 train operators, and let me run through the train operators who have said no trains whatsoever. That includes Avanti West Coast. It includes Southeastern. It includes the London Overground. And the last one is, forgive me, it's West Midlands trains. They said they're not running any at all. That means that the other 5, which are Greater Anglia, Hull Trains, LNER, GWR, they have only a skeleton service. And I tell you what, while it's trying to look on the upside, I know you're trying to do lots of that this morning. There's plenty of train operators that are running normally. For example, ScotRail, Transport for Wales, Northern Ireland Railways, which keeps running whatever happens with strikes in Great Britain. They're still going. East Midlands Railway. But the really serious news is that overnight, TransPennine Express, whose drivers aren't on strike, have actually said, tell you what, we've had to cancel dozens of services between Glasgow and northwest England, in particular Manchester. That means, and I've just tried this, if you want to travel from Glasgow to Manchester, until yesterday, you could happily book a train for today, even though Avanti West Coast wasn't working. You could go on TransPennine Express. They have now cancelled those trains, and it just says, sorry, there are no trains available. This is nothing to do with the strike, because drivers aren't on strike. It's called crew resource availability issues, is what TransPennine Express says. And I tell you what, that's what really concerns me, Paul and Anne, because it says to the rail user, there is no certainty at all. Even if a train operator is supposed to be running, they might just decide the day before, sorry, we haven't got the people to do it.
And it's the weekend, and it's August, and there are football matches to go to, and families want to maybe get to the seaside or wherever because the weather is very warm at the moment. And in many parts of the country, they simply won't be able to get anywhere.
Well, absolutely. Let's take Devon and Cornwall. Now, while GWR, Great Western Railway, is running a skeleton service basically between London and Bristol, it's not going into Devon or to Cornwall. On top of that, of course, Cross Country, which would normally be running to those areas, taking people from the north of England, from the Midlands to Devon and Cornwall, they have got no services at all. And of course, what ASLEF, the Train Drivers Union, wants to do is cause absolute peak damage to travel plans. And that's why they've chosen a Saturday in the middle of August, because they know it's really going to hit families hard. It's going to hit those travellers who absolutely depend on rail to get to and from their holidays, to go on day trips. They're just doing all they can to cause as much harm as they can, as any trade union that is keen to get its industrial action muscle maximised. That's what they do. And of course, unfortunately, next weekend we've got an even worse situation, because on Thursday and on Saturday, members of the RMT union will be going on strike. Now, crucially, that includes the Network Rail signallers. As a result of that, even if you're in Wales and Scotland, you're not going to see many trains, because there won't be the signalling cover available, and about 1 train in 5 will run. It's a miserable month to be a rail traveller. And don't forget that the day after each strike day is also going to see disruption too.
Simon, just before we let you go, you're always reporting on holiday interruptions, but you appear to be always interrupting your own holidays. Tell us about the holiday interruptions. So I was just wondering, are you going to get any time off?
Oh, my whole life, Paul, is one long holiday. It's very, very nice to keep in touch, and to obviously keep in touch with what's happening in the UK, and talk to your lovely viewers. So, just one long holiday. It has been for as long as I can remember, except during COVID, when I had to stop being on holiday, pretending to work, and actually do some work. Most upsetting.
Simon, great to talk to you, as ever. Simon Calder there.
Yeah, and as Simon was saying there, if you're a trades unionist and you want to get your point across, and you want to get some action from the government, and you want negotiations to continue fruitfully, you do choose a Saturday like today in the middle of August, because you want to maximum impact. Well, with us now is somebody who knows about that sort of thing, former RMT Assistant General Secretary, Steve Headley. Hello, Steve. Hi.
Thank you for inviting me on.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming on. I mean, yes, of course, there is a lot of sympathy, surprising a lot of sympathy, actually, when we talk to our viewers for your cause. But nevertheless, it's ordinary families who are suffering. And I guess you do have to go for maximum impact, which is why there's a strike today, and you've got more strike planned. But is it getting you anywhere? I mean, is the government even taking any notice?
Well, really, I think it's the government that are responsible for this whole situation. This has come as a last resort after, well, years of negotiations, because there's been a 2-year pay freeze. People have lost about 1/5 of their actual spending power in real terms, considering inflation. And the government, I think, are more interested in dog whistle politics during this Conservative Party leadership campaign than actually getting around and resolving issues. So I think the responsibility lies with the government. And, you know, I have to say that I've got every sympathy for those families. I'm actually in the same boat myself. I'm off today to the occupied 6 counties of the north of Ireland for a holiday. And I'm absolutely gutted that there's no railway there. But I do understand that people have to make a living. When the bills are going through the roof, people's wages have to keep pace.
Yeah. Although this strike today, this is from ASLEF, the drivers' union, isn't it? And train drivers do earn decent money.
Well, they do, and all working class people should earn decent money. I don't think that what train drivers earn is excessive at all. I think all working class people should do that. And if we look at the absolutely ridiculous money that the bosses of the energy firms are getting, they're on millions of pounds a year. And they're getting millions of pounds of bonuses on top of that. And we have these energy companies are making money hand over foot, excessive amounts of profits. And of course, if the government want to do something about it, nationalise these companies and put all that money into the exchequer, and then there'll be plenty of money to pay everybody.
Where do you stand, by the way, on Labour's position on this? It's been a little bit muddled, hasn't it? Sir Keir Starmer says, don't go and stand the picket lines. One of his shadow ministers did. Then he got the whip. You know, what's going on?
Well, Keir Starmer's a joke, isn't he? I mean, I don't know if Keir Starmer knows what he stands for. I mean, what they want is power at any price. So they're prepared to sell every principle. And let's remember that trade unions set up the Labour Party. That was originally a vehicle for trade unions to have representation in Parliament. And Starmer is trying to do what Tony Blair did, a sort of triangulation strategy, where he's going to appeal to the soft Tory vote, the Lib Dem vote, and hope it gets into government. But if it gets into government without getting into government with the power to change things, change the balance of power in this country in favour of working class people, then it's pointless for him being there. So Stammer's a busted flush, I think.
Well, we'll leave it there for the moment, my goodness. And I hope you get, with your family, I hope you manage, like everybody else, I hope everybody manages to make something of this weekend, even though it's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah.
Thanks very much indeed. That's Steve Headley there. Do let us know your feelings on this too. Do you have any sympathy, or do you feel now is not the time? I don't know. A lot of people are very divided over it. Give us a buzz, though. I was going to say a buzz, not a buzz. Send us an email.
Just give us
Send us an email.
You should do that. Why
That's
don't
what I mean.
Do that? You know,
what,
you
take
said,
the
and so-and-so's on the line, etc.
That'd be interesting. But we will be talking to some of our viewers a bit later on in the programme. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Get in touch.
Indeed. Coming up, we'll be getting the latest update on the country's drought regions. Are you in one of them? Are you going to follow the hosepipe ban? You're going to get the watering can out? We'll find out after this.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. Good morning. You're watching Breakfast on GB News with me, Anne, and him, Paul.
Yeah, you keep doing that like the two Ronnies.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. It's because I'm sitting at a news desk. Hello and good morning.
Good morning, yes.
That's how you
indeed. It is 6:31, 1 year on from the tragic Plymouth shooting that left a community reeling in shock. A memorial service has taken place in Keyham in Plymouth.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but on the 12th of August 2021, a gunman opened fire on a suburban street in Keyham, killing his own mother and 4 others, including a 3-year-old little girl. Our South West of England reporter, Jeff Moody, reports on how Keyham is coming to terms with that tragedy 1 year on.
Way over yonder.
They came together to grieve and to remember.
A year ago, when the events unfolded on the streets of Keyham, there was a real sense of shock and horror and grief. And I think that a year on, that sense of grief and loss is still just as real.
Today is a time to think about those families who have lost the most, how their lives have been broken in ways they could never have foreseen and certainly never have chosen.
Maxine Davison, Lee Martin and his 3-year-old daughter Sophie, Stephen Washington, Kate Shepherd, shot dead on a summer's day on the streets where they lived. A year on, the sense of disbelief still palpable. Keyham's vicar has made his church available for the community to come together.
At the centre of it all is the people who were bereaved, and the families of the bereaved families are the ones who are uppermost in my mind at this time.
But grief turns to anger. All eyes now on the inquest due in January, where, says Plymouth MP Luke Pollard, questions remain.
Well, there's two questions that the community has that we need answers to. Is why did this happen and how did this happen? Now, there's clearly lessons to be learned. The gun laws in Britain are broken. There's many people in the community, myself included, who want to see changes in that, a case that I've made in the House of Commons on behalf of this community. But we also need to understand about the mistakes that were made leading up to the tragedy and what can be done to stop those mistakes happening anywhere else in the future, because there was nothing Devon-specific about the events that we saw a year ago. This could happen anywhere in Britain, and because of that, we need those lessons to be learned not just locally, but everywhere across Britain.
As night falls on a difficult day, those questions uppermost on people's minds. What drove a 22-year-old man to such violence? Why was his firearm returned to him in the days leading up to the attack? Could this tragedy have been avoided? And how do we stop it from happening again? Jeff Moody, GB News.
What a terrible thing. And you were there, weren't you? You were sent there to report on that.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, it was horrible, a really horrible day. And as you saw from that report from Jeff, you know, the reverberation's still continuing and will do for years. So.
Thanks very much for getting in touch. Lots of views this morning. Robert says we've had heat warnings and now we're getting thunderstorm warnings. I suggest the Met Office just put up the map and say warning, weather.
Yeah, a lot of people enjoying seeing you back on their TV this morning, Anne.
Thank you very kind.
Sue says it's wonderful to see Anne back in these crazy and divided times, having Anne's calm, measured and kind personality shining through the TV. Are you shining through a TV again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just stop shining through TVs. It's just what we need. And someone else says, welcome back, Anne. You look ever so well. I look forward to seeing the interview with Jacob Rees-Mogg, or JRM to his mates. I love the way the man is totally unashamed about his poshness and his double-breasted suits.
I don't know. You see, I think his poshness and his double-breasted suits slightly get the hackles on the back of my neck raising.
You're not a fan of a double-breasted suit?
No, well, I don't mind the suit quite so much, but it's the terrible poshness that it grates now. Yeah. But mind you, if you look back at me 30 years ago on the telly, I spoke terribly posh.
You speak what? But now you speak proper, like what we all speak.
Well, exactly, yeah. But I think, yes, poshness can be very off-putting.
Yeah, a lot of people getting in touch as well about how to keep the grey matter whirring, the hamster running around the wheel.
Yeah, this report says, it's a big report, it comes out of Japan, I think, but people who regularly read books, play musical instruments or keep a personal diary have a 23% lower risk of developing dementia. You've got to do something as a routine thing, something that you enjoy doing every day that actually keeps your brain active, keeps the juices going in there, apparently. And a 23% lower risk of developing dementia, that is worth investing in, isn't it? Yeah. So what do you do to keep your little grey cells active?
Yeah.
Peter says, I'm a bridge player, and at 75 years old, I'm always amazed at how alert my co-players are in their 80s and 90s. Yeah. See, it's anything tactical, anything that requires a bit of brain work is apparently very, very good for us, and we should all do it.
Yeah, and sorry, did you read this one out from Pamela about the clarinet?
No.
Pamela says, I did just as Anne suggested, and since lockdown in March 2020, I've practiced a couple of hours a day to learn the clarinet. I also took clarinet lessons using Zoom, as you said. All the practice enabled me to join the Littlehampton concert band a year ago, and I'm turning 76 years young next week. It's never too late to learn.
No, it isn't. And that's really interesting. But if you already can play a musical instrument, practicing is always very good. But taking up an instrument is never too late. My next-door neighbour was, I don't know, she in mid-60s, and she took up the piano and is really quite good at it now. Because, I mean, you learn fast, yeah. I mean, you always think that it's for children and you have to do it when you're young. But you learn fast when you're older, and all you've got to do is just keep up the practising, and you can actually get to the point where you play well. Yeah. And it's incredibly fulfilling to be able to do that in later life. Yeah. I think that's fantastic.
If you've got the time for it. Because some people don't.
You've got an hour. You've got to make. But by this report, you've got to make time to do something with your brain. So get in touch and tell us what you do to keep your brain active. Love to hear from you.
Stay with us because a lots more to come, including all the stories making the headlines in this morning's papers after this.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yes, it is. Breakfast on GB News with Paul and Anne this morning. Time to go through the papers now. Joining us this morning is the broadcaster and journalist Claire Muldoon and the writer and political commentator Emma Webb. And there's lots to talk about. But Claire, starting with Salman Rushdie.
Yeah, in the Telegraph, in fact, all the papers, as we know this morning. The shocking stabbing of Salman Rushdie at a New York book literary festival that has just been completely out of the blue. Emma, do you want to chip in here and give us a bit of background as to why this actually happened or how it might have happened?
In 1989, a year after the book was originally published...
This is the Satanic Verses.
Iran issued a fatwa against Salman Rushdie. So it's been 33 years of... initially, Rushdie had to basically hide from his own children, moving from place to place to avoid being murdered as a result of this fatwa. And he's had threats against his life many, many years. Now had started to move into a phase of his life where he was less concerned about security, he was going about his life more as normal. But more recently, an Islamic religious association in Iran, an organisation, had raised the bounty on his head. And so obviously the security threat never went away. But this just goes to show that even though the fatwa was in some ways technically rescinded, it couldn't be because the Ayatollah who had initially put out this this call for...
It's an instruction, isn't it, to all the faithful to go out of their way to try and murder
with a bounty.
With a bounty.
It's a religious demand that people would go out and seek to, as Iran put it, annihilate him. And actually,
but not only him.
Has been
but not only him. People who were published this book. In 1989, the Japanese translator was stabbed to death in Japan. Someone in Oslo, a Swedish man in Oslo as well, stabbed, but he didn't die, thankfully. So anyone associated with the book, even if you were caught reading it, you could be killed.
Now, that's an interesting one, because how many people have ever read it? Well, have you tried?
I have read it.
You've read the whole thing?
I have, and I think actually the people who are calling for these death threats against Salman Rushdie's life, I think most of them, if not all of them, potentially haven't actually read the book.
Yeah.
It could be blank pages on the inside and people would still be burning it.
In your view, how offensive is it?
I mean, I don't...
Because what I read, I didn't sort of feel...
As far as blasphemy goes, I don't think that the book is particularly offensive, but obviously many Muslims did find it very offensive. But this is a point that Douglas Murray has made, is that when this whole row initially broke out, it's the same thing as we saw with the Jyllands-Posten cartoon affair, the Danish
Charlie
cartoon,
Hebdo.
Charlie Hebdo. You have people coming out saying, well, on the one hand this, on the other hand this. Yes, it's bad that people are calling for them to be killed, but on the other hand, they did something that was offensive. That is completely unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. And actually, I think this is a really important reminder that there is still a teacher in this country who is in hiding for showing supposedly offensive and blasphemous cartoons to his class. That man is still in hiding with his young family, and this is a reminder that these threats are very real and that we have a free speech crisis internationally, because there are some people who think that their feelings of offence and blasphemy justify murder.
Yeah. And we still haven't had an update yet, but very clearly his agent has said that all the nerves in one arm have been severed.
And his
liver, and his eye. He's likely to lose an eye. And he's 75. An attack like that is you just wonder if he's going to get through it.
Just one small thing on the Salman Rushdie thing. When he was living in London under security, he used the name Joseph Anton, because his favourite authors were Chekhov and Joseph Conrad. And I thought, and in fact, subsequently he wrote almost a memoir of his life titled Joseph Anton, or Anton Joseph, which is quite nice.
On the flip side of that, the assailant who has been arrested, the suspect in this, he used an alias himself, a fake ID, using the name of a leader of Hezbollah. And on his social media, you can see very clearly how much he idolised the Ayatollahs and Hezbollah and Iranian militants.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't even born when the Satanic Verses was written.
Exactly.
Just shows that fatwa is still there and still hanging. It's utterly changed Rushdie's life.
Completely.
He's a Booker Prize winner. He's written about 22 books, and but utterly changed his, and presumably his family as well.
There's always an extension to someone under these terrible, terrible atrocities and under these.
And if he gets through this, it won't have gone away.
No, of course it won't have. Of course it won't.
Let's move on to happier stories like a drought.
Well, I thought this was really funny. The front page of the Daily Star. Look at that headline. Nice beavers, no euphemism made. And no dirty comments, Mr Hawkins, please.
No, apparently that's one area, is it in Cornwall or somewhere like that, where they haven't got too bad a drought problem because the beavers are so good at building dams.
Exactly.
That they've actually conserved the water in that area.
And I was listening actually to one environmental expert yesterday who was saying that he was praising that kind of natural way of conserving water within the landscape.
Yes, well, yes, it's the leave it to the wildlife.
Right, so
they've got more sense than us.
One of our viewers wrote in and said, what was it about the weather? Just warning, weather.
Warning, there's weather
Warning,
about.
there's weather about, you know? Come on, can we just get over it?
OK, we go from the drought then to, British Airways are going to ration champagne. I mean, this is a real worry.
This is an absolute travesty, because do you know what? British Airways don't even pay for their alcohol. Their alcohol is given to British Airways, so there is absolutely no need.
Who's giving them? Who?
The champagne houses and the wine houses and everything, the beer people, they give their alcohol to British Airways. British Airways do not pay for the alcohol on flights, and nor in their lounges either.
Presumably, if they're cutting back on champagne, people will be buying other alcohol instead that they do pay for, and so they're hoarding the champagne.
But if you're travelling in business, you don't pay for it.
No,
that's the whole thing. And now the CEO of British Airways has now said, thankfully, that he's getting rid of the M&S sandwiches in cattle class, and you can actually get your free drink and your free snack, etc., etc. So this is actually fake news. So next time you're on a BA flight, just remind them.
Yeah.
It's not actually.
So you're not even paying for that champagne.
You're not paying for it.
Yeah.
At least it's not a crisis at the source of champagne, because people who are worried that when we run out of bottled water that maybe they could turn to champagne, that's still on the table.
Yes.
Yeah.
Emma, in the Daily Mail, Grant Shapps has been dealing out a warning to rail militants, they say, which suggests the government isn't even listening at the moment, because while there's strikes all over the place and ordinary people are having their summer ruined, frankly, it suggests from what he's saying that the government isn't even bothered.
I think that this actually suggests that the government are listening to the commuters. I think Grant Shapps is really concerned about the damage that this is wreaking. I mean, these train strikes are causing not only disruption to people's lives, to their holidays, to their summer, but it's also going to be harming the economy at a time when we really don't need additional burdens. You know, all of this news about droughts, about the cost of living crisis, the last thing that people need is something that is basically a sort of man-made disaster for the country. And so what Grant Shapps is suggesting here in today's Daily Mail, it reports that they're basically putting forward new legislation, serving these warnings under something called Section 188 to the rail companies. Network Rail are hoping to force through the changes to modernise the way that the railways are run, things like getting rid of guardless trains. And I think that what he's trying to do, yes, there's a sort of Thatcherite aspect to this, of he wants to smash the unions, support people's right to strike. But I think that what he's doing here is actually responding to a very real problem, which is that Mick Lynch and the unions are really holding the country at ransom. This is critical infrastructure. It's not acceptable to keep disrupting people's lives in this way. And actually, they have been offered things, and it's a resistance against modernising the railways, something that we really need as a nation.
But in terms of public opinion and winning over the public, would you? A lot of people get why they are going on strike. Yeah?
Yeah.
They do understand that.
I get why they are.
I think so. And I think that people who sympathise with not only the rail workers striking, but also with nurses striking and others. I think people do sympathise with that. But when you see it being, for example, ASLEF, who represent the train drivers striking, people who earn actually, in comparison to the average wage in this country, an awful lot of money, I think that actually that whatever public opinion is in favour of that is not going to last much longer if they continue to do this.
Is it political? Do you feel there's a sort of groundswell of lots and lots of strikes? Here we are waiting to hear who our next Prime Minister is going to be. But nevertheless, we're probably only about 18 months away from a general election, aren't we?
I don't think it's political. I think it is the need for the common man and woman to actually stand up for their rights, because rights have been erroneously taken over throughout these past 2 years. Our human rights have been violated in terms of lockdowns and everything else, and mask wearing, etc., etc. I think it's just a resistance. I think people now are just waking up to what's happening. And yes, I take the point of the salaries of rail drivers, but they weren't the ones that initialised the actual strikes. For the RSMT, they weren't part of it. And I think Mick Lynch has become quite a voluble person to come out and say, look, this isn't actually what's going on here. And he's managed to tease out rather calmly and very effectively, I think, to actually communicate with us, the people, about why they're doing it. And I think he's done a really good job. Yes, I get the fact that the country is being held to ransom. There's very emotive language. But in all honesty with you, last year it was cheaper to fly than take the train. We've had issues with the trains for years, and they've just recently been nationalised in terms of railway tracks, etc. The government took ownership of them again. And, you know, we don't want to talk about ScotFail in Scotland, because the results up there have been deplorable, as have much of the SNP legacy. But, back to the rail strikes, yes, it's sad, but, I think I think it's communication. And yes, we need to move on. Things do change. Driverless trains, I don't think guardless trains would be a good idea from personal safety. From that point of view, there's loads to discuss.
Do you know what RMT stands for?
No.
Really Mad Train Staff. Yeah, there you go. Right.
But
on that note,
we better move on, I think.
Terrible note, we'll leave it there. But thanks, guys.
Thank you. We'll talk more of that later on. Right now, let's talk about something we touched on there, and that's the drought, because the Environment Agency has declared a drought in England after apparently what has been the driest summer for 50 years already. And they're warning that it could now last into next year.
Comes as the Met Office issued an amber heat warning covering most of England and Wales, with temperatures expected to hit 34 degrees Celsius.
Meanwhile, water companies like Welsh Water, Southern Water, Thames Water and South East Water, well, they've all imposed hosepipe bans, whereas Yorkshire Water apparently are going to announce a ban is going to start on August the 26th. Not quite sure why they've sort of set a date
Because
like
of
that.
Yorkshire tea, that's why.
It's Yorkshire tea. You've got to brew up now while you've got the chance.
Let's get some more on this from Senior Lecturer in Oceanography at the University of Southampton, Simon Boxall. Morning to you, Simon.
Good morning.
Yeah, first of all, how bad is this drought in your opinion? And I'm interested to know what your perspective is on the media reporting of it.
I think the drought is really quite serious. We've seen lowest levels of rainfall, as you said already, in the last 50 years. July has been the lowest rainfall for July on record. So we're seeing very little water coming into the system. And this was after a fairly dry sort of spring as well. And so if you sort of put these things together, what we end up with is we just haven't got enough water coming into our system. And we're used as a country to having a lot of rain. Let's face it, the Brits spend a lot of time talking about the rain and the weather. We haven't seen that rain, and we rely on that rain to keep these water resources in the reservoirs and the aquifers topped up. So, yeah, it is a serious problem.
I mean, the media, the press this morning, absolutely full of pictures of dry, almost dry reservoirs. Are we good enough at reserving our water, even in the good times? I mean, do we have the infrastructure set up properly to combat what is clearly going to be more and more drought?
I think if you compare where we are today with where we were the last time with this big drought, and I remember it well as a teenager. I remember standpipes. I remember lorries going around with water supplies because the water was turned off because it just wasn't water. So if you compare us now to 1976, when we had the last big drought, we're much better prepared than we used to be. Now, a lot of people complain about leaks and, you know, the water companies are losing more water than we're using. There's a certain amount of truth to that, but they're getting much, much better at repairing those and actually conserving that water. But you have got what is tragically a sort of a series of events which has brought this very, very dry weather. And I think we do need to think about this in the future because we are going to see more of these droughts.
Simon, I was in Somerset yesterday, and what I found fascinating was we were at one reservoir, Wimbleball Lake, and there you could see visibly that the level had dropped. Drive 45 minutes to Durley Reservoir, and the water levels are fine. And so there's that contrast within Somerset itself, and then compare that to Yorkshire, which has way more rain than you get in Somerset, but they're facing a hosepipe ban, and Wessex Water have no plans to bring one in.
Wessex Water, I mean, ironically, I'm sitting here at the moment in Wessex Water myself, and they have no plans. They're getting their water from a different source, and it depends where the authorities getting their water from. So in the case of Wessex Water, they're getting them from pretty much from aquifers. And the aquifers at the moment are okay. However, if we carry on with this drought, those aquifers will drain, and Wessex Water will have to think about doing something quite dramatic come end of the year. So for the moment, Wessex Water are happy. Where you've got a lot of reservoirs, it's very hot weather, not only are we not getting the rainfall, we're getting evaporation. And bear in mind that, you know, water authorities tend to keep certain reservoirs literally in reserve. They may also be pumping water between reservoirs. So the fact you've got one full, it's a bit like sort of, I guess, looking in the fridge and seeing you've got one full milk bottle, but all the others are empty, and you're saying, that's fine, I've got one full one, we've got plenty of milk for the next 3 weeks. So it is, you know, you've got to be careful when you see these things. And if you look at some of our rivers, the rivers really are very dry, not just in the UK, but across Europe. You know, I've seen some quite terrible pictures of places like the Loire, where you've literally got a stream going down the middle of these huge riverbeds. And so it's a European-wide problem. In fact, it's a global problem insofar as the wobbles in the jet stream at the moment are bringing these very high-pressure systems, this very warm, dry weather to a number of places around the world.
Talking to you about it, could talk to you much longer. Sadly, we're running out of time. Simon Boxall, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
funny because you think we're an island, we're surrounded by sea. There ought to be something we can do.
Well, do you know what blows my mind?
Desalinization plants.
Yeah, what blows my mind every time is that 3% of all the water in the world is fresh water. 97% of it is, 3% is fresh water. So if you could more easily turn that salt water into fresh water, you'd be onto a winner. Or maybe just don't have a shower for as long.
Well, yes, we do take water for granted.
Yeah, I've been leading the way in that, in driving around in dirty cars for years.
Yeah, me too.
No need to wash the
Absolutely.
car.
Start a movement going, keep your car dirty.
Exactly. Should we talk about train strikes after the break?
After the break, yes.
After the break.
Back with you in a moment.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Jacob Rees-Mogg says the government has not yet reaped the benefits of Brexit.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, isn't it? It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Paul Hawkins and Anne Diamond.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. So here is what you're waking up to this morning.
As we've just been saying, Jacob Rees-Mogg has admitted that we haven't taken full advantage of leaving the EU. In an exclusive GB News interview, the Minister for Brexit Opportunities says we can still boost our economy after leaving the bloc.
British author Salman Rushdie has been stabbed during a literary event in New York State. The author has since been transported to hospital and been in surgery for extensive injuries. Rushdie's agent claims he's been put on a ventilator and is probably most likely to lose an eye.
And more rail strikes have hit Britain's transport network, with members of the ASLEF Train Drivers Union walking out this morning. 9 rail companies will not be able to offer services on one of the busiest summer days of the year, with both families and football fans being badly affected.
And as ever, you can join in any of our discussions this morning by emailing gbviews@gbnews.uk. And you have been getting in touch. Thanks very much indeed. I was saying earlier, and we'll show you a little clip in a moment, of Jacob Rees-Mogg. The full interview's at 10 o'clock this morning. But I was saying that he really is very posh. And sometimes I can't get past the poshness. Well, apparently I've got to. Cliff says, Jacob is one of the nicest and most honest MPs I've ever met. Twice now I've met him and been very impressed by his honesty and genuine persona. You've got to look past the poshness and see the real man.
Yeah, I've met him once. and he is very charming.
He is, yeah.
No matter
and
how much
highly
you agree or
intelligent.
disagree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is quite charming. So.
Yeah. As for rail strikes, Lee says, me and my children were due to travel by train today to the Boardmasters Festival. Due to the strikes, we are left with little choice but to get onto an overpacked bus instead. That's really hard with young children. We can't do it any other day because this is my only Saturday off work this August. I'm trying to be positive, but it's not easy.
Yeah, Ray says, in my view, these train drivers should be ashamed of themselves. Lynn says, I have no support for the rail workers, already well paid. However, they make a strong case for other workers who are less well paid, clearly political. We need far, far more openness in political debate and far less propaganda and spin.
And Amy says, if only those of us on benefits could strike, because we're the ones with no light at the end of the tunnel. Try feeding and heating a house of 4 on £150 a week.
Yeah, difficult times that are going to get more difficult, I'm
Yeah.
afraid. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Let's get a little snippet then of Jacob Rees-Mogg, Minister for Brexit Opportunities, saying he doesn't feel that the opportunities and benefits of Brexit have been fully realised.
Yeah, which is an odd thing for him to say when he's the minister responsible. Our full interview with him, as I said, will be running on at 10 o'clock here on GB News. But let's have a sneak preview now into what he's going to say.
Have we reaped the benefits of Brexit?
Not yet, no. We've got much more to do. We've got some benefits already, and we saw that with vaccine rollout. We've seen it with some minor tax changes. We've seen it with the tentative beginnings of free ports. But there is a lot more that we can do. Solvency II could unleash tens of billions of pounds a year for investment in the economy. It's one of the biggest things we can do to boost the economy. There are other things we can do. We should get rid of all the tariffs on goods that we don't produce, which would be a help, not the biggest help, but a help to people in a cost of living crisis.
I was going to say, what do you think needs to be done to deliver those sort of Brexit bonuses?
There's the opportunity to take the 5% VAT off fuel, which we couldn't possibly do whilst we were in the European Union, but would be a help to every household.
Interesting. Joining us now is the founder of the Fair Fuel UK campaign, Howard Cox. Hello there, very good morning. Thanks very much for joining us. You just heard a little snippet there of Jacob Rees-Mogg's ideas that might help us with fuel prices. What do you think of that?
Well, good morning. It's an honour to be on your show. Well, I interviewed Boris Johnson back in, just before the referendum, back in 2015. And it was a lovely interview for half an hour, and he was incredibly kind. And he simply said, Howard, when we come out of the EU, we will have total control of our taxation. Well, 7 years later, we still haven't got control of our taxation, and we're still the highest tax drivers in the world, and we're paying something like 30 to 40 pence more than most other EU states. And fundamentally, we're not on a level playing field, and our economy could be absolutely helped if they cut fuel duty by at least 25p.
Why do you think they're not doing that?
Good question. I think they're scared of the fact that, for one reason, in the last year with these high pump prices, they've enjoyed $4 billion of extra VAT. And I think they're just wallowing in a shed load of extra tax revenue. And that they've got to realise that actually by cutting taxes, and this is where our supporters support Liz Truss, is that cutting taxes will improve GDP, etc. And in fact, the Taxpayers Alliance have come out today with saying exactly that, which is what we've been campaigning for the last 12 years. Lower fuel taxes will help the economy.
And do you feel if Liz Truss, for instance, were to become Prime Minister and stick by her promises, that would have an effect immediate enough to help ordinary families now?
Yes, it would, because, I mean, Germany have cut theirs 3 months ago. They cut fuel duty by 25p, and many of the other states have done double-digit cuts as well. But 25p cut over there, they've actually had a 0.5% reduction in their inflation rate since that cut. It's an immediate effect because it impacts everything. Everything in your studio, everything you buy was once on a truck. And I'm backed by the Road Haulage Association, who are particularly affected by all these EU regulations, which are still in place. There's still a lot of bureaucracy for them, and they're still being held up at ports, etc. Fundamentally, the government have got to take a lot of the blame for actually not enacting a smooth transition away from the European Union.
You mentioned EU regulations there. There's, both candidates in this Tory leadership race are saying that they're going to have a bonfire of EU regulations and get rid of loads of EU regulations. What kind of EU regulations are we talking about specifically, Howard?
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the commercial drivers. We did a survey of 3,500 commercial drivers in the last 3 months. It's still ongoing. And say 71% of them are saying their operational costs of all those going to Europe have increased. Bureaucracy's up, 88% are saying that because of difficult and complex custom forms. That could be abolished, and approving that. They've been wasting something like 72% of these respondents say their time's been wasting, with 21% say been queuing up to 24 hours. So these are the sorts of things that the government should try and sort out, and they need to sit round the table with the French authorities and say, look, we want to benefit each other because they're being affected over here too, coming over here with all this bureaucracy as well. We're inflicting bureaucracy on the EU too. The whole thing has got to be sorted, and we've got to go back to the way it was a smooth way it operated when we were in the EU, but we must get the benefits of the fact of being out of the EU. And that's what Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak must be shouting for.
Do you think of the fact that it's Jacob Rees-Mogg saying this morning, that we aren't yet reaping the true benefits of Brexit, when he is the minister responsible for Brexit opportunities and government efficiency? I mean, the next question to ask him is, why haven't you done something about this then?
Well, absolutely, Anne. I mean, I'm going back to my interview with Boris Johnson. He was actually shouting from the rooftops in our interview, saying, we will have back control, we will get ourselves sorted out. None of this has happened. I do not understand of it. And one of the big and salient points is that in our survey, 41% of commercial drivers who've been regularly using the EU for years have said the HMRC are powerless and too busy to help them. This is the sort of thing that's happening. So that is a government issue, a government problem. And Jacob Rees-Mogg must, and he's a lovely guy, I've met him many times, but fundamentally he's got to grab the civil servants round the throat and say, sort this out now to help the economy.
Just very quickly before we let you go, I'm just really interested to know how you feel that Boris Johnson said that 7 years ago and then it hasn't happened. How does that make you feel about him and about the whole thing?
Well, I'm disappointed. I wrote an article in the Sun, the 2019 election. I said, I was asked by the Sun, could I write a piece about who is the best candidate out of Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson in terms of for drivers for coming up in the future? And I said, of course, Boris Johnson must be. I bitterly regret that because ever since the 2019 election, we've had nothing but anti-car, anti-driver policies all right across, and people are frustrated as hell. And when you go and fill up at the tank now, people are struggling. They're being crippled by this, and the government can actually cut 25p now, just like Germany. They will still get a shed load of tax revenue as a result of the stimulus that will give to the economy. And to answer your question, Paul, I am sick to death of this government.
Thank you, Howard, for that.
You.
Cheers, Howard. It's been an honour for you to be on the programme.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us. It's very interesting, though, because I think people are fed up. And one of the most terrifying things at the moment is going to fill up your car. Yeah. You cannot believe you're spending that much money just putting petrol in the tank.
Half of it is tax.
Yeah.
And there's tax on the tax, of course. There's VAT on the fuel tax.
Yeah.
So it's astonishing. And I have to say, I agree with Howard. I don't understand why, if you're a big tax cutter, you can do it right now. You could announce it and cut the tax right now.
And then we would all feel at least they're doing something. But we're not going to get any action now, are we, until we know who the next Prime Minister is.
And at least prices have fallen a little bit at the pumps in the last few days.
Have they?
They have, yeah. But apparently they're heading towards 150. Yeah, they're 170-ish, depending where you are in the country.
Terrifying. You just cannot believe it. You have to pinch yourself.
Yeah.
Don't you? It's a horrible thing at the moment. Shall we bring you up to date with the very latest headlines then this morning? And the FBI, who have searched Donald Trump's home in Florida, have removed apparently 11 sets of classified documents, some of them top secret. A federal judge approved a warrant to carry out a search at Mar-a-Lago. And that's after the US government said it's possible the former president has violated the Espionage Act. And that's a law that prohibits passing on or keeping national defence information.
The Post Office will stage fresh strikes for 3 days at the end of August. This is the Communication Workers Union. They've announced staff will walk out on the 26th, the 27th and the 30th in an escalating dispute over pay.
Record numbers of people are getting checked for bowel cancer following the death of Dame Deborah James. The National Health Service says thanks to her campaigning, people are actually taking the illness more seriously and they're speaking to their GP about it. The figures show that over 170,000 people went for checks between May and July. Dame Deborah, who called herself the Bowel Babe, died from the disease at the end of June, and she was just 40. Thanks very much for getting in touch. We're also talking, amongst all the other things in the news, about this new report from a Japanese university that says you can seriously affect your likelihood of developing dementia in older age if you keep your brain active by doing sort of hobbies, learning to play a musical instrument, doing crosswords, doing something that you build into your life as a routine because it's an activity that you love doing. Yeah. But it's got to be an activity that actually keeps the little grey cells working. You have to use your brain, really. And apparently, if you do things such as playing sports, doing yoga, or even dancing, has a 17% protective effect against developing dementia. But if you read books, play musical instruments, or keep a personal diary, that's an interesting one, it gives you a 23% lower risk of developing dementia.
Yeah. So I guess that also applies to people who continue to work past retirement age.
Yes.
Because a lot of people continue working because they love keeping their brain active. They don't want to just sit around and do the gardening and play golf and kind of read a book and...
Or even gardening, though, uses the little grey cells, doesn't it? And it gets you outdoors. I think it's just got to be something that you're using your brain and keeping active instead of just slumping in a chair and watching the telly all the time.
Indeed.
Yeah, so let us know what your activity is, what you do to keep the brain active, and whether you really do believe that it has some sort of an effect. I also was interviewing a couple of weeks ago a British doctor who's written books about the qualities of the Mediterranean diet, but particularly about extra virgin olive oil. Yeah. He thinks it has such a profound effect on your health and keeps away dementia again, things like that, that we should all be drinking or absorbing 2 to 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil per day.
I've suddenly gone back to that cod liver oil in the mornings, a teaspoon or... I love olive oil,
tablespoons. But... It has to be extra virgin, that's the first pressing. It just means that the Mediterranean diet, you more naturally do it because you're having something with a salad or something, and you absolutely pour over 2 to 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil a day.
I do love eating olives. Is that the same thing?
I don't know. I would have thought so, because you're pressing it yourself, aren't you, in your mouth? I don't know. But I do believe in the... he is absolutely adamant and has got all the data to prove it, that we should all be really concentrating hard on eating a Mediterranean diet and plastering it with olive oil, really, basically. Incredibly good for you. And he says you will feel the benefits within days.
GBViews at gbnews.uk on that one. It is 7:16. Let's bring you up to date with Salman Rushdie, Sir Salman Rushdie, who was attacked in New York yesterday afternoon. The 75-year-old about to deliver a lecture at the Chautauqua Institution in New York when he was stabbed in the neck and the abdomen.
Yeah, New York State Police have named the suspect as 24-year-old Hadi Matar. He is now in custody. And although Salman Rushdie has been placed on a ventilator, his agent says the nerves in his arm were severed, his liver was damaged, and he could apparently lose an eye.
Well, for more on this, let's speak to former US Congressman John LaBoutiere. John, good to have you with us this morning. This is terrible news coming out of New York State. Just give us an idea of how Americans view Salman Rushdie.
Well, by the way, I can tell you this story swept the country yesterday, despite the news of Trump and the search warrant. This story is the second biggest story in the United States, including the guy that did it. And I think it's interesting. He is described as having sympathies towards Iran. And it happened one day after an arrest warrant was issued for another Iranian for the attempted murder of the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton, in retaliation for the attack on General Soleimani 2 years ago. And I think this one has worried people that it was clearly done at the behest of the Iranian government after all these years against Mr. Rushdie, who's quite popular in the United States, at this very prestigious institution he was speaking at in the western part of my state.
Yeah, I mean, this institution, apparently, we learn, is very well known for championing the idea of freedom of speech. And that's what Salman Rushdie's story, I guess, is all about. But isn't it, as you say, frightening that it's some 34 years since the fatwa was made on his life, this order, this sort of religious order for the faithful to actually try and murder him. It just shows the power of the fatwa all these years later.
Yeah, even though the government of Iran, not that I would trust them, over the years since Ayatollah Khomeini, who issued the fatwa, he died, he's gone. They have a different second Ayatollah since then to rule it. They have disclaimed that and said they don't do it anymore. But this guy sounds like he's a fanatic, as I said, described as sympathetic to the government of Iran. I find it too much of a coincidence that he did this to Salman Rushdie a day after there was an attempted other attack, not only against John Bolton, but they've listed 3 other former government officials, Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, Robert O'Brien, the then next National Security Advisor, and one other, were also targeted by the Iranian government. Maybe the Iranians are trying to extend their reach worldwide to intimidate criticism of their regime.
Well, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you very much indeed. We're still awaiting a sort of health update on Salman Rushdie. That does sound as though, I mean, the man is 75, for heaven's sake. It's going to be a very, very difficult, life-changing circumstance for him. Thanks very much for joining us, though. Thank you.
Good morning.
John Laboutier there.
It's very interesting, that, as he was saying, that it's the second most important news story in the States at the moment.
Yeah, which is interesting in itself. And also, he mentioned the Iranian government may say that they haven't issued any fatwas, but they haven't rescinded that fatwa.
There was a rescinding of it a few years ago, but I don't think that held any weight.
No.
I mean, for a religious fanatic, that doesn't hold any weight. The fatwa still stands, which is terrible. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's utterly changed his life, and it must have also changed the life of his family as well. He can't go anywhere without being guarded, and he was at this event unguarded, maybe at the age of 75, beginning to think he could relax into some degree of normality. Clearly not.
It is 7:20. Rail passengers are set for another weekend of disruptions. Drivers at 9 train companies walk out over pay and working conditions.
Yeah, members of the union ASLEF are staging a 24-hour walkout, with some parts of the country set to have no services at all. ASLEF's General Secretary, Mick Whelan, warns that if there's no breakthrough in negotiations with the government, more strikes will be called.
Meanwhile, companies not involved in the strike will continue running trains, but are expected to be busier than normal.
Well, for more on this, let's speak to the chairman of Rail Future, Chris Page. Chris, hello. Thanks very much for joining us again. Is this another... I mean, whose fault now is this strike? It just seems to be going on and on and on. Who would you blame?
Good morning. Can I just say, first of all, Rail Future is a national voluntary organisation. Our members are rail users who are looking for a better railway. And of course, at the moment, they're not getting it. Whose fault is it? Well, it's only going to be solved by negotiation. And the government has to be part of that, as well as the train companies and the unions. Passenger views on that, and I really want to come at it from that point of view. Passenger views are going to vary depending on their personal circumstances and where they're travelling. If they're travelling to work, then clearly not everyone can work from home. If you work in a hospital, you can't work from home. They can't get to work, perhaps. They may lose money, and there may be other impacts if there aren't people working in a hospital who should be. If they're travelling for leisure, well, we heard earlier about someone who can't get to an event, which may or may not have paid for, So they're going to be really annoyed about that. But they may just shrug and say, well, I'll go by car, I'll go next week. But the bad news for the rail industry and therefore maybe for rail staff is that they may not travel again. And if lots of people do that, then of course what happens is that jobs will be lost.
But do they support the strikes, the public? Is that what you're hearing?
As I say, some do, some don't. It depends on their own personal circumstances. So a lot of people will have sympathy with the idea that the cost of living is going up and so therefore people need more money. But inflation is really just nature's way of balancing the books when we pay ourselves money that we haven't earned. And that's, if you pay yourself more money to try and keep up with inflation, actually inflation just keeps going.
Chris, before we lose you for time constraints, how would you sum up the state of British Railways at the moment? What's your view?
I think passengers just want a service that works, and it doesn't at the moment. It needs to be welcoming, it needs to be frequent, reliable, convenient, clean, comfortable, safe, and it needs to be reasonably priced. And all those things have got to be delivered out of the rail reform review that's happening at the moment.
Chris, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you so much. Chris Page there from Rail Future. It's funny you mentioned British Railways because you know they're scrapping Network Rail and they're going to call it Great British Railways.
Yeah, oh dear, really?
Yeah.
I wonder what that means. What is their thinking behind that? We're nostalgic for British Rail? I think not.
Yeah, I don't know, make you more efficient and something and this and that, and I'm sure we'll hear from Grant Shapps or whoever is Transport Secretary in due time. Coming up next, it is apparently a weekend of blockbuster Premier League matches.
If you can get to see them.
Blockbuster.
Blockbuster. OK, well, we'll find out in a minute.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello there, welcome back. I've just caught a little story in the Sun or the Star, I think, that families who managed to get out, they were on a day out at the Thomas the Tank Engine steam event, were told they mustn't call the fat controller fat, because that's sort of not a very nice term anymore. In fact, you know, it's sort of slanderous.
I heard he's lost a lot of weight.
His real name was always Sir Topham Hatt.
Was it?
Yeah, but Thomas and all his friends, the other engines, they all called him the Fat Controller. Well, apparently it's no longer acceptable
So
to
he
call
actually
him
had
the
a
Fat
real name,
Controller.
but they just kept calling him the Fat Controller.
Yes, because that's what he was.
Yeah, well, yeah, but he didn't have to point it out. He's got feelings.
Yeah, well, clearly. But these families were actually told, we don't call him the Fat Controller.
And he's lost a lot of
He
weight.
is called Sir Topham Hatt. Has
He's
he?
a lot on that, Sir Topham Hatt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you are. I just thought you'd like to know that.
Good fact.
In these days of wokery, you're not allowed to call the Fat Controller fat.
No, call him horizontally challenged.
Rotund.
It is 7:28. There's lots of football happening this weekend, which I know you're excited about.
Yes, of course I am.
I'm excited. We're all excited.
I'm excited that Aidan McGee is here to tell us about it.
Indeed.
Right.
Is it a blockbuster weekend?
No, not really. I mean, you see, can I just touch on the fat?
Oh, in that case,
Can I
we'll
just
move
touch
on.
on the Fat Controller? I had the Fat Controller as a figurine, but he's made of wood.
Yeah.
So I don't think he had any feelings. My one didn't anyway.
Yeah.
I had feelings on his behalf.
He was a chip off the old block.
Please, let's not use this
Playing at my own game.
for punnery.
What's that? Stop talking. Yes, OK. Aidan, so what's happening this weekend?
What's happening? If you can get to a football match this weekend, is it worth going?
Yeah, the top six don't play each other that much in the first few weeks of the season. I think it's because the TV companies look at it and think, well, we want those two teams or want those group of teams playing each other when they're at their absolute physical peak. So they're not going to hit their straps until probably 3 weeks in. Although saying that, we're getting Chelsea and Tottenham tomorrow.
That's
but
a
the
good
rest
run.
of them, yes, that's pretty good. But the rest of them, I mean, you know, Aston Villa Everton's first at 12:30. That's Gerrard and Lampard going up against each other. You know, there's lots of speculation about big seasons for both of them. It's difficult for those two clubs because they're not in the top six. You've got Newcastle fighting for 7th now. They're probably going to be the best of the rest. It's difficult for them to get the players that they want. I mean, Steven Gerrard hit the ground running quickly last season. They weren't really they were thought to be being pulled towards relegation probably about a third of the way through last season when he stepped in. But having got those results initially, they didn't finish off very well. I think it was just 2 wins in the last 10 games. Everton, different, 4 wins in the last 9 games of the last season. They lost last week as well. Steven Gerrard's got this problem with his captain, or his former captain, Tyrone Mings. He stripped him of the captaincy, but he's a hugely popular player at the club and in the dressing room. It's a risky game to play, and you wonder whether that's just inexperience of management. We're in an era now where you can't upset these players. They're almost like micro-businesses.
Well, you can't upset them. That's why they're allowed to have a little drink, aren't they, this weekend while they're playing?
They are, well,
because it's so hot.
Oh, I see.
Going to stop for drinks breaks.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's acceptable.
It is, but it was quite controversial during the first lockdown, actually, because it broke the game up and the fans didn't like it. But I think they're making exceptions today because we're going to hit, 37 degrees, aren't we?
Yeah.
So I think it's probably essential. And
One
also,
of the matches today starts quite early, doesn't it?
Yeah, so 12:30. I mean, I don't know when the peak.
That is peak temperature.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you think you're meant to stay out of the sun between 10 and 3, aren't you?
Yeah.
So this is going to be right in the middle of it, and that's in Birmingham. I don't know what temperature is going to hit in
Well,
Birmingham.
no, it's hot in Birmingham.
Yeah, exactly.
Good training for the World Cup, which is only 100 days away now.
Well, it's slightly different. It's actually different. The temperatures are going to be here more severe here today than there will be there because all the stadiums over there are air conditioned. They're all quite temperate, so the players are not going to experience.
So it's a stadium.
The stadiums,
Yes.
yeah.
Air conditioned.
Yeah.
They were not going to be allowed to have a World Cup in those. I mean, the whole point, the heat was a big problem anyway, which is why they moved it from summer in Qatar to November. But yeah, the technology's been around I went there in 2010, and they told me they were going to do this. At this point, they didn't know they were going to get the World Cup, and then a few months later, they mysteriously get it. So I think we can all read between the lines of what happened there. But generally, the people working on the ground for the bid didn't think they were going to get the World Cup. But they said that we are almost at the point at this stage in 2010 where we can have temperate stadiums and we can have...
With a roof on top.
So
all the stadiums will have a roof on top.
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Football stadium with a roof.
Oh, that's not uncommon.
That's huge.
That's not uncommon. It takes... I mean, Wimbledon tennis, the centre court's got a roof on it.
But tennis court is nowhere near the size of a football.
No, but I mean, it's not new. Like the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff had a roof on from when it opened in 1999. It takes about 15 minutes to close it.
Yeah.
But
I loved playing indoor football when I was a kid, and the ball would hit the roof and then the wall and then be like that, won't it?
I played one when I was on work experience at Liverpool Echo back in 2001. We used to play indoors as well, but I like the furry ball because it didn't hit your... when it hit your legs, it didn't hurt as much.
Yeah.
But in Liverpool, they didn't do that. They wanted a plastic one because they wanted it to hurt as much as possible.
Right, OK. But yeah...
It's a whole new planet.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah. The Qatar World Cup's going to be a whole new World Cup for everyone.
When you get, I mean, it's usually a goalkeeper, isn't it, who hits those incredibly long, high Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not a throw. When they kick it.
Yeah.
Hugely high and everything.
I don't think. Yeah, they're not.
I mean, would that reach the roof?
It depends on the size of the stadium. I mean, not every stadium in Qatar is going to be the jumbo stadiums that we're used to in Europe. I mean, some of them will be more like 20, 30,000, whereas for some of the smaller group games, in theory, the stadium's smaller and therefore the roof is lower. But if it hits the roof, you get managers hitting the roof every week.
Yeah, exactly.
Whole new ball game.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
I think we're running out of time. We'll go into more detail a bit later, shall we?
Whole new ball game was very significant. You said that it's 30 years since the Premier League started this month, and that was their catchphrase: a whole new ball game.
Is that right?
There you go. See.
Yeah. And I was thinking you were talking about maybe trying to keep the big players till later on.
Yes, teams.
Just 2 or 3 weeks in. But that was also for the television audiences.
Without question.
At the moment, families are on holidays.
Yes.
And they're not sitting in front of their telly.
Well, they might be watching it.
Be.
They might be watching it overseas, but then the broadcasts aren't getting the value if people are watching from overseas.
So I reckon there's a sort of...
Oh, it could be, yeah, but they're not peak fitness in the first 2-3 weeks of the season. But about a month in, that's when they hit.
You remember that Sky Sports trail then?
Very much so, yeah.
A whole new ball game.
The song was called Alive and Kicking by Simple Minds, and that persuaded people that the game, after a period in the doldrums in the 80s, is alive and well and able to progress.
Here's new football.
Yeah, it was still the same shape as the old one, by the way.
Let's stop reminiscing about football now. We're going to leave you for a couple of seconds now. Back with you in a moment with the newspapers.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of 2 wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. It's 7:36. You're watching and listening, I hope, to Breakfast with Paul and Anne.
Yeah, good to have you with us. Let's go through this morning's papers then with broadcaster and journalist Claire Muldoon and writer and political commentator Emma Webb. Morning to you both again.
Morning.
Emma, let's start with you. The Donald's home raided by the FBI. What's the Mirror saying about it?
So the Mirror is reporting that the FBI found 11 sets of classified documents in Donald Trump's home after the FBI raided his mansion in Florida. Donald Trump denies that they're classified. He says he declassified them when he was when he was president. So there's a question mark over whether, if he thinks he did that, whether he did so properly. But the point has been made that it would have been possible to do this, to seize these documents, to investigate this, without the necessity of having a raid, that wasn't necessary. They could have subpoenaed him, for example, in order to get those documents and to carry out that investigation.
It is an extraordinary thing to do, isn't it, for the FBI to raid a former president's house?
It is, and I think one of the points that has been made is that this could be politically motivated, which would be astounding for them to raid a former president's home for political purposes. But if that is the case, it could backfire horribly, because far from actually tarring Trump's reputation and harming any potential bid that he might have to run for president, actually many of his devotees, his followers, people who are likely to vote for him, will probably see this as just yet another attack on him being victimised. And probably this is a real gift to any potential campaign that he would launch.
Yeah, he has been subpoenaed, though, in the past and then resisted it through the courts. So it's not easy to subpoena Donald.
But if they can pin something on him that by law prevents him running again, then that will be seen as a triumph, at least from the
Is that the legitimacy of it?
That's what I can't help wondering.
Yeah.
They are desperate to stop him running again, because, as you pointed out, he has such an enormous, wealth.
He owns the Republican Party.
Yeah, but there are so many voters who would never question him at all and would simply vote for him. He'd get in again, wouldn't he? I think there's almost no doubt.
I don't think, I agree.
So I just can't help wondering if they can find something in his home that legally prevents him doing so. That
you wonder where the evidence was for the FBI to actually go and raid Mar-a-Lago. Where did this come from? Where is the legitimacy in all of this?
And it's incredible as well that they actually, they raided Melania's bedroom, they went into Donald Trump's private safes. This is an extraordinary move. And I do think that this, on the one hand, if it is the case that this discredits him in some way and therefore he's not able to run for president, maybe he gets himself tied up in court cases and so on, then I think actually if someone like Ron DeSantis were to run, then that would be incredibly good for the Republican Party. So in that sense, it could backfire. And then on the other side, I really do think this will backfire in terms of actually riling up Trump supporters and creating the impression that the conspiracy of the Biden administration, all of those who believe in voting fraud and
hashtag fake news.
Yes.
It plays into the hands of that
completely.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting one to watch. There's multiple investigations, of course, into all sorts of things, isn't there?
They're just so desperately trying to get him on something, aren't they? And it did look desperate, but certainly if they found something concrete there, it'll be very interesting to know
it
what.
Will be.
Claire,
yes,
it's A-level results day this week for your son.
It is indeed.
Which is relevant to the story you've picked.
It is. So the COVID generation, given the fact that this late A-level cohort have never sat a formal examination because they were GCSE 2 years ago. So they've never sat one until now.
Is that your son?
Yes.
So he didn't sit a GCSE?
No, and my daughter last year didn't sit her A-levels.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but don't.
Difficult.
No, it's not. Don't feel too sorry for them. They've got the life of Riley and is living at a Party City Leeds Uni.
Yeah, but you normally GCSE is a good way to kind of bed yourself in with exams
so
and then.
So they say.
Yeah, but how are they going to get into university?
Well, this is all. I think this is all fake news, to be honest with you. Every single paper has got something in it, and we've not heard the fallout from the SQA results, which were on Tuesday of this week. So we don't know anything about the universities in Scotland, what's happened there. However, 1 week before the English and Welsh results, we've got 60,000 face missing first choice university places. One thing to say about that, they should have worked harder.
I was going to say, there must be always a certain body of students who don't make their first university.
So why COVID generation to miss out on top university places? Should have worked harder.
Some don't even get their second place.
Well, could be dodging a bullet as well. If one of the studies degrees.
And there's so many. That was one of the terrible things, I think, from Tony Blair. There's lots to say that I don't agree with the Blair administration, but certainly I don't agree that every single person should, or indeed everyone has a right to, but I don't think anyone should be made to follow the tertiary education path. And we should not also be measuring the goodness or the quality of a degree from 6 months down the line of someone's earning capacity. because we need the arts, we need the humanities, we need things to, you know, to grow, to develop, to as much as we need the scientists, you know, and as much as we need the vocational degrees, more than ever now, I would say, in terms of medicine.
No, what we really need is
nursing,
more apprenticeships,
midwives.
really good, meaningful apprenticeships.
And you know what, ironically, Tony Blair's son, Ewan Blair, is now a multimillionaire made from apprenticeship schemes because he's really bought into it, and it is a really useful thing, and it's a really good thing for kids to do. But you still need to get the grades. So I'm sorry, guys, you should have worked harder.
Ooh, it's harsh.
And on that note,
yeah, Emma, Afghan hotels.
Yes.
This is the cost of hosting Afghan refugees in hotels.
1 million a day, according to the Daily Express. 1 million a day on hotels to house Afghan.
That's here in this country.
Yes. So, according to this story, in February, the government was found to be putting 4.7 million towards housing asylum seekers overall, more than 1 million of that going on housing Afghan migrants in particular. And it says, interestingly, at the bottom of this story, that many of them were reluctant to move to Scotland or Wales due to false beliefs about a lack of spoken English and colder climate there. So they believe that in Scotland and Wales they don't speak English, so are refusing to be moved out of their hotel accommodation. I think that there's an underlying
truth there, actually, because some people in Scotland don't speak English, I have to say.
Well, I was going to say that and thought I've got no right to say that from you, okay.
But I think that in the context in which this story is coming, that we are currently having, it's not that long, for example, since we had a daily count of 700 people coming across the channel illegally. There are cases where there are people who are genuinely seeking asylum, but our system has been completely overwhelmed by all of these people coming across the channel illegally, and not just across the channel. And there was a story recently suggesting that a huge number of them are actually from Albania, which is not somebody where it's not Afghanistan, it's not Syria, it's not a war-torn country, and they're not legitimate refugees. And so actually, because we haven't got our system in order, it's almost analogous to the leaky pipes from the drought. That because we're not getting our situation in order, that actually we're not able to deal properly with the things that
certainly not efficiently at 1 million.
Yeah, do you know what? I met a Pakistani asylum seeker the other day when I was up in Lee, and she'd been waiting 8 years for her application to be processed. 8 years, and she said, I've been getting 30, 40 quid a week. She said, I'd rather be working, but I can't. And while I'm waiting for my application to be processed, I'd rather either the process was quick, or I'd rather work and not take the money for the time I'm here. And I said, what would you like to be if your asylum is granted, what would you like to work as? And she said she wants to be a doctor.
Oh, for heaven's sake! And we need doctors.
The people that are being housed in these hotels, are they seeking naturalisation? Are they seeking British citizenship, or are they under asylum seekers? Because there's so many more, I would say, that go through the system without being housed or without being anything, who are actually here illegally and almost evaporate out into the ether.
Yes. Yeah, and it's because our system seems to be so inefficient that we're allowing that to happen, and we're not dealing with people who probably have a genuine case to stay, and it's costing us £1 million a day.
An extraordinary amount of money that is being spent on this, while we're hearing daily about the cost of living crisis, that people can't get access to dentists, the universal healthcare is a universal lack of healthcare in many cases. And the benefits that are given to people who are applying for asylum are more than many people around the country have access to themselves. This is firstly going to sow anger, and I think in many cases rightly.
Well, I think they've got access to the same things that we have. I don't think they've got any more access to goods and services. They won't have goods, but the services definitely.
Recently about a proposal to essentially create a village for a lot of these asylum applicants, and to provide them with an NHS dentist and so on.
I hate this othering.
More than the people in that local area would have had access to.
You know, the sense of othering, the sense of them and us.
Yes.
It's awful. It's
terrible.
really, really disgusting,
the whole
actually.
system is a disaster.
I think everyone agrees on that.
Yeah.
Who'd be a Home Secretary? Eh?
Indeed.
We've got to leave it there. Sadly, we've run out of time again. We're going to talk about the drought because it has now been declared in England after the driest summer for 50 years. And the Environment Agency is now warning that apparently this drought could last into next year.
Yeah, it comes as the Met Office issued an amber heat warning covering most of England and Wales, with temperatures expected to hit 34 degrees Celsius.
Yes, meanwhile, the water companies, including Welsh Water, Southern Water, Thames Water, South East Water, well, they've all imposed hosepipe bans, and Yorkshire Water are announcing that their ban will start on August the 26th.
For more, let's speak to legendary weatherman John Ketley. John, a very good morning to you. Is it hot where you are? Are you using the watering can instead of the hosepipe? What's going on?
Well, would you believe it? It's foggy here this morning. I can't see across the garden. Very foggy indeed, but that's a good sign, isn't it? We usually get lots of warm sunshine as soon as the fog's cleared away, and I'm sure it'll have gone in the next half an hour. Yes, we went into water restrictions apparently yesterday afternoon, so no hosepipe ban. So I'm not exactly sure what it means if you've got water restrictions. Certainly you can't feel a paddling pool. But at the moment, no, we're just going to go out there with a watering can and do what we can to make it a little bit less arid than it certainly is at the moment. It's been very, very dry, as we all know, across many parts of the country. But there is still a green oasis, of course. If you go north across Scotland, Northern Ireland, round the Irish Sea there hasn't been the same amount of rain. There hasn't been the same amount of hot, sunny weather. But nonetheless, we're all crying out for a little bit more wet weather as we go through the next few weeks, I think.
Get it?
Sorry, Anna, missed that.
Are we going to get any rain? Forecast rain for us, please.
Yeah, well, the hot weather's with us all this weekend, but there will be signs of some heavier downpours developing in the mountainous areas of Scotland and Northern Ireland during Sunday, with these high temperatures having gone further north as well. But it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when there's a very, very high risk of, I'll call it a risk, I think it's a hope, isn't it? High hopes that we will see some heavier downpours developing across the rest of southern Britain as well during Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the biggest chance. We'll start to see the temperatures drip, drip, drip away. So perhaps we won't be seeing the 34, 35, 36 that we'll get today and tomorrow in the south. It'll be more like 27, 28 by Wednesday, and a bit cooler again for the end of next week. So, yeah, there are big changes afoot. We're going to see the wind switching round into the northerly direction, which is going to be a much fresher direction, of course. And so I think although the drought will continue, the technical drought will continue all the way through next week and no doubt into the following week, there is some rain to come. But we need an awful lot more, of course, because if you get heavy downpours, thunderstorms on top of hard ground, then you're always going to have the problem of that rain running away and you can't harness it. It's got to go into the reservoirs, into the boreholes, but you need to catch it at the same time. So we don't want it to come down too heavily for half an hour and then miss it all. It'd be nice if it just rained steadily for about 12 hours overnight, then you could really get the chance of catching it.
Yeah, especially overnight. That would be very convenient. The UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology says we need exceptional rainfall for, I think it's 1 to 3 months to restore the reservoirs. That's a lot of days, rainy days.
It sounds an awful lot to me. And, you know, people have... we always look at 1976 as the benchmark for droughts. And that was exceptionally dry because it followed an exceptionally dry 1975, and then there was a very dry spring into 76. This is nowhere near as serious as it was then. Of course, the population has increased an awful lot since 1976, which doesn't help too much. But nonetheless, this is nothing in comparison. People who've lived through 1975, 76 know perfectly well what I'm talking about. We've got the brown ground, of course we have, but it's nothing like as severe. And in 1995, you know, so a lot less distant than 1976. In 1995, particularly Northern England especially, had a very, very serious drought. There was hardly any rain came down across Northern England during much of that year. So we've seen these sort of conditions before, and even in 2018, some places in the south of England went for nigh on 50 days without any considerable rainfall at all. So these are not new situations at all, but I think in comparison to those very serious ones, we're just edging through at the moment.
I mean, the reason we're talking about it so much and so dramatic terms is because of the temperatures. It's very, very hot. But drought, as far as you're concerned, is a prolonged period of dryness, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, in 2018, we had 50 days, I say, some parts of the south didn't see any measurable rainfall, which means to say they just about dampened the dust on a couple of occasions. That's what I say, as far as measurable rainfall is concerned. So, yeah, we've had some rainfall, obviously, in the last 6 or 7 weeks, but some parts of the south and east have seen virtually nothing. So it is quite serious the further southeast you are. Further northwest, there's been that rain. We had a rain a couple of weeks ago, even where I am in northeast Midlands. So we've seen some rain, but we need an awful lot more to catch up. But as far as some water authorities are concerned, they're saying, well, this is nothing like as serious as it's been in the past. So we'll just hope that people are sensible about it. You don't need to go and wash your car. I very rarely wash my car. Might use the hosepipe occasionally for watering the vegetables, but I think even that's stopping now, although I haven't got an official hosepipe ban, as I say. There are water restrictions, but I think we've just got to be very sensible about all of this.
Absolutely. That's three of us with dirty cars.
Yeah.
We're starting a movement.
Indeed.
Thanks very much, John. It's always good to talk to you. It's interesting as well, knowing what area you live in, checking what the restrictions are, because you don't want to be dobbed in by your neighbour for using a hose pipe when you really shouldn't. But what does and does not constitute a hose pipe? Because I remember during the last drought, which was years ago, that, you know those drip pipes, the drip hose pipe? You know, it's a hose pipe with lots and lots of puncture holes in it, so that it just drips. I remember there being a bit of a controversy over that those weren't officially hose pipes. And so you could use them.
With a hole in it.
Lots and lots of holes.
Lots and lots of holes, yeah.
And so you don't use as much water, I guess, with them. But I don't know whether that's true anymore. And we've just been talking, our lovely makeup lady was talking, but she's got one of these siphon hose pipes where you, so if you have a bath, for instance, and you put one end in the bath and then you pump so that there's a bit of suction going on, and then you get basically, what do you call it? A
kind of
siphon.
Yeah, siphon.
You get a siphon effect, and then you run the pipe out into the garden. You can drain your bath and water the garden with bath water. But what if your neighbour saw you doing that? They would simply see you using a hose pipe.
They would, yeah, and they wouldn't realise you're being very green and recycling it.
No.
So, got to be careful.
And she was saying as well that another neighbour of hers has got that sort of system going and has put and is watering the lawn, the front lawn with it, and has put a little notice up saying, "This, if you see me using a hose pipe, I'm using brown water."
There'll be some people that will be secretly watering their gardens at like 3
And is it
a.m.
okay then to fill your bath with water, but just empty it out with buckets?
Yeah, modern Britain is secretly hosing its gardens at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that too. Sprinklers, you wouldn't know, I suppose, would you?
Yeah. Not that we condone criminal behaviour.
No, but I'm just saying that some people it'll start to be very noticeable soon who's got green grass and who hasn't.
Yeah, and actually, in fact, you could double up the watering can and use it to shower as well. That would definitely limit the amount of water. You couldn't have more
At the moment, it'd be quite refreshing.
Go like, just go like that.
Yeah, it would,
exactly.
wouldn't it? How are you coping with hosepipe bans and things like that? Have you got any of these gizmos or gadgets that actually make it much more acceptable and easier to use to recycle water, basically?
Yeah. And you could have a watering in the morning, not a shower.
But you water yourself. Stand on your lawn and hose yourself down.
Yeah, that's the kind of dynamic thinking.
Also, we want to hear from you, please, on any of these little activities you can do that keep your brain trained, because this report out from a Japanese university says that if you do some sort of brain training, like doing Sudoku, learning a musical instrument, something like that, it can have a very distinct effect on your likelihood of ever developing dementia. So it could be sports, yoga, dancing, musical instruments, crossword puzzles. What do you do to stave off the likelihood of dementia happening to you? Love to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Indeed. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk a lot more about strikes. Lots of people are on strikes for various reasons, mostly about pay in all sorts of industries. More on that coming up in just a moment.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. More hot sunshine to come this weekend for the vast majority. 35 Celsius or even 36 degrees as temperatures peak this afternoon. But later Sunday, and more especially into the start of the week, a thundery breakdown follows. For the time being, high pressure is in control. That's keeping clouds away. It's keeping many places in the sunshine. Not everyone, though. There is some low cloud and mist around some northern and northeastern coasts. First thing, that will tend to retreat to the beaches during the afternoon. And for many, then, it's just a sunny day with that sunshine allowing temperatures to rise once again, a degree or so hotter in places compared with yesterday. So that means we could be seeing 35 or even 36 Celsius in the hot spots, which is likely to be somewhere around the Midlands, South East England, South East Wales or the West Country. Now, into the evening, that heat, as it builds, could spark a few showers, sharp showers across northern England, especially over the Pennines or even southern Scotland. And as the night goes on, they'll tend to drift north. By the early hours of Saturday, actually, a few more showers are likely to turn up across parts of central and western Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Otherwise, it stays largely dry, some mist around northeastern coast, and it's another very warm night to come, with temperatures in many spots holding up in the mid to high teens. Then a sunny start for much of England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland on Sunday. Again, temperatures rising quickly during the morning, but the threat of these intense thunderstorms developing across northern and western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, and that could cause localised flooding as that heavy rain occurs in places. But more widely on Monday, I think a thundery breakdown occurs. These thundery showers are likely to be hit and miss. Some places will escape them, but where they do occur, of course, they're falling on dry ground, and so that leads to the risk of flash flooding.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Jacob Rees-Mogg says the government has not yet reaped the benefits of Brexit.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 13th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Paul and Anne.
Yep, we are live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. And here is what you are waking up to this Saturday morning.
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg has admitted that we haven't taken full advantage of leaving the European Union. In an exclusive GB News interview, the Minister for Brexit Opportunities says we can still boost our economy after leaving the EU.
British author Salman Rushdie has been stabbed during a literary event in New York State. The author has since been taken to hospital and been in surgery for his extensive injuries. Rushdie's agent claims he has been put on a ventilator and would most likely lose an eye.
And more rail strikes have hit Britain's transport network yet again, with the members of the ASLEF union walking out this morning. 9 rail companies will not be able to offer services on one of the busiest summer days of the year, with both families and football fans being badly affected today.
As ever, you can join in any of the conversations that we're having this morning. We love hearing from you. GBViews@gbnews.uk.
Thanks very much already for getting in touch. We were talking about what little brain games you play, ways to keep your brain active, which according to this big study that's been done in Japan, actually, I say Japan, no, it's not, it's China, it really can seriously affect your likelihood of developing dementia in older age. It's things like, I don't know, doing crossword puzzles, learning a musical instrument, something that you build into your life every day because you find it fun, but that actually keeps your brain going.
Yeah.
Ron has said, good morning, Ron, he said, on dementia, having lost my wife 5 years ago, I studied the disease and discovered that in Japan, they've tried various preventative methods for older people and found that one of the best was to count backwards from 100 in threes. Do that every day. So like 97, 94, 91, so on. Keeps the, I had to think, keeps the brain active. Yeah,
there you go.
It really would. I hate that. I'm not very good at numbers. I like words instead.
Yeah.
I mean, just playing something like Scrabble would be good for you.
Yeah, I love a bit of Scrabble.
Steve says, I'm no huge fan of Donald Trump, but I dislike the Democrats more. Some people are shouting that Trump has even hidden documents in Ivana's grave. These people will stop at nothing to prevent him from running again.
Yeah, on drought, Con says, why don't they start to dig out these empty dams to make them deeper? The dams would then be able to hold more water for the future.
Paul says, imagine a metal detector on those drought water areas. Imagine what you'd find.
Oh, yeah, but digging it up would be a bit of a problem, though, Paul, apparently.
It'd be very hard ground.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, but you never know what you might find.
Could be worth it.
In fact, there have been pictures, haven't there, of some reservoirs that they deliberately flooded what were formerly buildings and towns and villages, and you're beginning to see them again now.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said when I was around Wimbledon yesterday. One of the locals said, "Can you see the top of the spire yet?" And I went, "You what?" And he said they flooded the valley, and he said that some people are saying that if the level drops far enough,
you'll be able to
see the top of the
of what was a church spire.
Yeah, poking out. Yeah.
Good Lord. It's funny you call it about Wimbledon. It sounds as though you can't say Wimbledon properly.
No, I know. I have to keep
Wimbledon.
stopping myself from saying
Lovely name.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. We've got some villages with wonderful names in this country. If you live in one, get in touch. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Yeah.
Now, in our exclusive interview with Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Minister, of course, for Brexit opportunities, it's interesting that he's admitted that he doesn't feel that the benefits of Brexit have been realised. Our full interview is going to run at 10 o'clock with Esther and Phil. But let's have a sneak preview right now into what he had to say.
Have we reaped the benefits of Brexit?
Not yet, no. We've got much more to do. We've got some benefits already, and we saw that with vaccine rollout. We've seen it with some minor tax changes. We've seen it with the tentative beginnings of free ports. But there is a lot more that we can do. Solvency II could unleash tens of billions of pounds a year for investment in the economy. It's one of the biggest things we can do to boost the economy. There are other things we can do. We should get rid of all the tariffs on goods that we don't produce, which would be a help. Not the biggest help, but a help to people in a cost of living crisis.
I was going to say, what do you think needs to be done to deliver those sort of Brexit bonuses?
There's the opportunity to take the 5% VAT off fuel, which we couldn't possibly do whilst we were in the European Union, but would be a help to every household.
More from JRM at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we're joined now by former MEP campaigner and political commentator Belinda de Lucy. Do you find it interesting that he is the Minister for Brexit Opportunities, and he's saying what could be done? Well, why hasn't he done it?
I know, I feel there's a little bit of a lacking of self-awareness there. You know, they have been in charge. It's been, 6 years now since we voted to leave the EU, and plans could have been put in place a long time ago to prepare our eventual exit, and it just feels very sluggish. He talks about the removal of VAT. Well, why hasn't he done it? No one's stopping him. They have an 80-seat majority. They could have put all these things through years ago. I know Boris has only been in power since 2019, and he has had a few hurdles in the way, the pandemic, Ukraine, but it's really no excuse. There was a separate department for Brexit. I just feel like their heart has never quite been in it. I mean, Nigel had to set up the Brexit Party to actually force the Conservatives to deliver Brexit. It was never a natural thing for them. They were majority Remain, and when Boris came in, it did tip the balance a bit in favour of being a more Brexity party, if you like. But still, I just haven't felt like there's the momentum to get it done.
The fact that Jacob Rees-Mogg sits there and says that, does that suggest there was a lot of dissent in Cabinet about things like that, and that now he actually feels there is a move to be able to get things done?
Perhaps, because as much as, Boris is very popular with Brexiteers still, he didn't really get his teeth into it as much as we thought he would. And I feel like once he won, he kind of pulled back a bit from Brexit and went on to other issues that didn't really connect with majority of the voters from 2019.
Well, there was a pandemic.
There was a pandemic, I agree, but I still don't think that can be used as an excuse not to get the best of Brexit benefits done. And I don't know, there's a part of me that feels like the civil service still had its hands around the neck of Brexit. And, even we saw it with Priti Patel and all the moves she's tried to make with stopping the dinghy crossings. It was like she had a padlock around her neck by the people underneath who just weren't going to budge. And that's it. I think there's a problem with the politicisation of our civil service and the fact that they were generally against Brexit that has slowed things down.
So where's the balance there? Where does the blame lie then? Does it lie with the civil service or does it lie with the government?
No, I don't think it lies with the civil service because, of course, the government can watch over them and sort of dictate what they should and should not do. And, of course, if they're not playing ball, they should lose their jobs, to be honest, because their job is to deliver on government instruction. And the will of the people was, let's get Brexit done, let's get the benefits out there. More than ever, we need control of our fiscal policy. We need control of our money to get our economy back. We want to be nimble and quick, which we can be now we're out of the clunky EU. And I just haven't seen that very much.
And yet, Boris and Boris supporters, many people say, he got you Brexit done. Brexit is now done. We are now in a Brexit society.
Yeah, we're not in the customs union, we're not in the single market.
Yeah, but there's still, like you said, there still seems to be so much more that should be being done.
Yeah, we weren't. When we were campaigning in 2019 for the Brexit Party, we did highlight all of this. We said, Brexit is not done. This is a bit of a dog's dinner. It may be the best Boris can do, but it really is going to cause so many problems down the line unless we have a very dynamic pro-Brexit government that stands up to the EU. And we have seen a little too much mucking around with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Why haven't we removed VAT on fuel? I don't get it. There's been no explanation.
He clearly thinks it's a good idea.
So it was a great Brexit dividend.
And it would feel immediate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Which is, again, what everybody's calling for at the moment. Do something now.
Yes, and there is no excuse not to do anything now. We're fed up of promises. We're fed up of rhetoric. I wish Conservatives would stop talking the talk on conservatism and actually walk the walk.
Which Conservative leader candidate would you think could best deliver the sort of Brexit that you're thinking of?
Well, I loved Kemi as a possible leader, but when she was taken out of the race, because she really had her heart in Brexit, and she had the courage of conviction, and her actions had proved that she was pro-Brexit all along. Liz, she slightly triggers me around the whole Theresa May, who voted Remain, and then she was all like, no, but Brexit means Brexit, and then didn't really get anything done, and her Lancaster speech was so rousing, and then it was like a damp squib. So I hope if Liz gets it, she's my kind of favourite out of the two, if you like, because she has at least had a reputation of getting things done over Brexit, but I still feel they're not tough enough. I don't know why they don't tell the EU, this is the way we're doing it, take it or leave it, and serve the best interests of this country instead of worrying about their international reputation all the time.
Do you think Liz Truss is the most likely now to win?
I do, and I just wonder whether all the trouble and self-harm that the Tory party have gone through deposing Boris has been worth it. I mean, with the candidates Rishi and Liz, I'm not massively impressed or inspired. I'm hoping, I'm an optimist, that Liz can come in and crack that whip. And so I think if she gets it, she's got, about 18 months to really, become she needs to be, a bit of a monster and make bold decisions and be brave, because too many politicians don't have the courage to be disliked. And
I was having a discussion on my recent holiday, just with a load of different people from all sorts of different walks of life, saying that if one of the leader candidates were to come and give a speech in your village hall tomorrow evening, would you cross the road to go see them? Liz Truss, hardly anyone. People even wanted to bother crossing the road. Rishi, no. Boris,
everyone.
Yeah.
And I think people do miss Boris. I wish Boris was better rather than having a new leader. And I do feel let down by him because he had everything at his fingertips to deliver everything we could have ever wanted with Brexit. And he just failed a bit, which is why we're also in this mess. But you're right, people aren't inspired by either leader. We're just hoping for a Prime Minister that does the bare basics. Control our borders, lower our taxes.
The most we can hope for now.
Fingers crossed, anyway.
Yeah. Good to speak to you, Belinda. Thank you so much, Belinda DeLucy there, former MEP. GBViews at gbnews.uk if you want to get
Who
involved.
would you cross the road to go and hear?
Yeah, indeed. It is 12 minutes past 8. Let's talk about rail strikes, because passengers are set for another weekend of disruption as drivers at 9 train companies walk out over pay and working conditions.
Yeah, members of the union ASLEF are staging a 24-hour walkout. Some parts of the country will then have no services at all. ASLEF's General Secretary Mick Whelan warns that if there's no breakthrough in negotiations with the government, they'll be calling more strikes.
Meanwhile, companies not involved in the strike will continue running trains but are expected to be busier than normal.
Yeah, and of course they call it a 24-hour strike, but of course it doesn't just affect that one day. It always, because where trains need to be, it always affects the next day as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, let's talk about the impact of strike action on staff and where employees and employers stand. Let's speak to Heather Scales, who is Managing Director of Heartbeat HR. Morning, Heather. First of all, just talk us through the nitty. If you want to go on strike, you've got to hold a ballot with your union, and then what happens? In fact, do you even need to be a member of a union to go on strike?
You do need to be a member of the union to go on strike, yeah. So obviously what they do, they ballot and they decide whether or not they're going to take industrial action. I mean, from my point of view, this isn't the right way to go. I don't believe anyone will benefit in the long term for strike action.
How do you keep up the morale of staff who, I mean, a lot of people will go on strike because they'll see the point of it and they'll want to stand next to their comrades. But also it's very dispiriting being on strike at all. How do you keep up the morale of staff like that?
Well, I think the thing is to keep talking. I mean, the one thing that we need to do more of is to communicate. So I would be talking to them, asking them how they feel, whether or not this is the right thing to do, how's it affecting their family. So communication for me is key in these circumstances.
And have you kind of negotiated with unions in other workplaces yourself, dealt with strike action?
Interesting enough, I've dealt with unions, but they've never ever gone on strike, because what we've done is we've got round the table, we've talked about things. So I always see strike action as the last resort. There's always a better way to deal with these things. And for me, it's face to face. So let's talk, let's communicate and resolve the issues. The strike action isn't going to benefit. It's going to affect businesses, individuals, when we're all facing cost of living challenges. So for me, it's not the right thing to do.
So when you hear, as we've been talking about in our headlines this morning, the sort of negotiations have broken down, and then from each side you get sort of tough talking, what are your feelings on, could you go in there yourself, for instance, and actually get people to sit down again and talk with each other?
I'd be happy to go in and talk. And it's all about making sure that, we communicate the right message and we understand people's issues. I think, there appears to be a standoff. We don't need that. What we want to do is get a resolution and get it quickly so that we can get on with our lives. We can, go to work easily. So more than happy to help in any way I can to stop these strikes from
but you see, I find that fascinating. If you've got on one side people saying, we must have more money, our pay has been frozen for the last 3 years, our members can't afford to live, and on the other side you've got the government, the employers, saying there is no more money for you. I'm sorry, but that's our red line. How do you get any agreement after that?
It's all about compromise, isn't it? Let's talk it through. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a way forward. Again, it's understanding both sides' concerns and issues. And of course, back to the point, we're all facing challenges at the moment. There isn't a massive pot of money sort of under the table. So let's talk about it and then let's try and reach a compromise. For me, that's the best way forward, rather than the strike action that we've got coming up in the next few weeks from actually lots of different sectors, not just trains.
Do you think, just staying with that is absolutely true, but just staying with this train dispute, do you think then, Heather, that the boss of the RMT, Mick Lynch, has a point when he says, look, the government need to be in the room at these discussions because effectively they are the bosses of Network Rail. They control Network Rail and they have to sign off any agreements that are made. So they should be in the room.
Definitely. You've got to get the right people around the table to make decisions. And if it requires the government or government representative to be there, then why aren't they there? You know, we don't want this. So allocate someone to go in and sort this out so that it doesn't affect people's lives, because it will do, because people won't be able to get to work. And then that's a knock-on effect to businesses. So, yeah, get the right people around the table always.
In the business of HR, do you feel when you look at certain companies, I'm thinking particularly of the energy companies, the oil companies, that there is now a growing chasm between the rate of pay for your worker and the rates of pay for the CEOs and the people round the boardroom table? It does, in some cases, appear to be obscene, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, yes. So I think the thing is, again, we have to challenge that. We have to say, well, what's right? You know, what's the right payment that's for individuals, you know, their rate of pay for the work that they do. And, you know, I often read in the press about these massive salaries and you think, is that right and fair? When, again, we're all facing the cost of living challenges. So I would always question some of those CEOs and say, you know, take a look inwardly when you're going back to your team saying, sorry, we haven't got any money. You know, is there something that they could do to support their team with an increase?
Fascinating.
Yeah, good to talk to you, Heather. Thank you for your time. Heather Scales there, Managing Director of HR Heartbeat.
Have you ever been on strike?
No.
Oh, really?
No. Have you?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I was in television and press in the 80s.
Right.
And there were lots of strikes going on, and it is miserable being on strike, absolutely horrible. And it's horrible not being on strike when others are as well, because your sympathies get really questioned. And, you know, you've got colleagues who are on strike having to walk past.
In a former workplace.
Having to walk through the picket line.
Indeed.
Really horrible.
Indeed. But luckily in the media, the picket lines aren't too fierce.
Well, they were in the 80s.
Oh, they were?
Oh,
not
yes.
now?
Yeah.
Ah, right.
Not so
that sounds
much.
like a whole... Right, I'll have to find out more about that. Shelley, by the way, says the unions do not have the support of the public. Train drivers earn £59,000 for a 35-hour working week, worked over 4 days. I hope that the government stays strong against them.
Well, yes, but there is sympathy out there. But I think a lot of people sympathise, but then point out that they too would like a pay rise, but they understand that now's maybe not the time.
Yeah.
Dan is watching from Gainesville in Florida. Hello there, Dan.
Yeah, hi, Dan.
I wonder what the weather's like in Florida at the moment. He's enjoying the show. That's really good. Chris says, why do MPs still claim their energy bills for their homes when we are all struggling? I think it's disgraceful and it shows what hypocrites they really are.
Good question. And is that someone called Ozzy who's got in touch with us?
Is that Ozzy Beth? I think it might be.
Is their first name Ozzy or they are...
No, that's what she calls herself. Ozzy Beth, is it? Ozzy
right.
Beth?
Okay.
She says, Dear Anne, I was a little late tuning in today, but saw you were back on deck. Thank you very much. A diamond is a girl's best friend.
Breakfast.
Yeah. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. That's what my sons say.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for joining us this morning. Good to have you with us. As ever, if you want to get involved in the conversations, gbviews at gbnews.uk. Coming up, we're going to have all the news and we're going to have some papers as well.
Yeah.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. More hot sunshine to come this weekend for the vast majority. 35 Celsius or even 36 degrees as temperatures peak this afternoon. But later Sunday, and more especially into the start of the week, a thundery breakdown follows. For the time being, high pressure is in control. That's keeping clouds away. It's keeping many places in the sunshine. Not everyone, though. There is some low cloud and mist around some northern and northeastern coasts. First thing, that will tend to retreat to the beaches during the afternoon. And for many, then, it's just a sunny day with that sunshine allowing temperatures to rise once again a degree or so hotter in places compared with yesterday. As that means we could be seeing 35 or even 36 Celsius in the hot spots, which is likely to be somewhere around the Midlands, South East England, South East Wales or the West Country. Now, into the evening, that heat, as it builds, could spark a few showers, sharp showers across northern England, especially over the Pennines or even southern Scotland. And as the night goes on, they'll tend to drift north. By the early hours of Saturday, actually, a few more showers are likely to turn up across parts of central and western Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Otherwise, it stays largely dry, some mist around northeastern coast, and it's another very warm night to come, with temperatures in many spots holding up in the mid to high teens. Then a sunny start for much of England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland on Sunday. Again, temperatures rising quickly during the morning, but the threat of these intense thunderstorms developing across northern and western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, and that could cause localised flooding as that heavy rain occurs in places. But more widely on Monday, I think a thundery breakdown occurs. These thundery showers are likely to be hit and miss. Some places will escape them, but where they do occur, of course, they're falling on dry ground, and so that leads to the risk of flash flooding.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning again. Don't forget to get in touch with how you keep your little grey cells going. This amazing report has come out from a Chinese university now, having double-checked it, that says that you can have a really beneficial effect on your likelihood of ever developing dementia if every day you sort of build into your life routine something that uses the brain, keeps it going. I mean, it could just be that you stay on at work and don't retire. But if you can take up a hobby or something that uses the brain, so do your crossword puzzles, your Sudoku, maybe Scrabble we were talking about earlier, something that uses the little grey cells. Learn a musical instrument. You're never too old to learn a musical instrument. It's never too late. And it will have an incredible, in some cases up to a 23% what they call protective effect against developing dementia. Maybe it's something that we should all be doing.
Indeed. GBviews at gbnews.uk if you want to feed back to us on that one. We are also talking about the droughts this morning.
Yes. Oh, yeah. And what is and is not a hose pipe? And have you checked on the water restrictions in your area now to see whether or not you're doing the right thing? Would you ever dob in a neighbour as well if you saw them using a hose pipe? You see, it could be a hose pipe attached to a water butt. It could be a hose pipe attached to your bath. It could, in fact, be the right use of water, the sort of reusing water. On the other hand, I don't know, if you saw your neighbour using a hose pipe in the middle of a hose pipe ban, would you do anything about it?
GBViews at gbnews.uk. It is 8:26. 1 year on from the tragic Plymouth shooting that left a community reeling in shock. A memorial service has taken place in Keyham in Plymouth.
Yes, on the 12th of August 2021, a gunman opened fire, if you remember, on a suburban street in Keyham, killing his own mother first and then 4 others, including a 3-year-old girl. Our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody reports now on how Keyham is coming to terms with that terrible tragedy 1 year on.
Way over yonder.
They came together to grieve and to remember.
A year ago, when the events unfolded on the streets of Keyham, there was a real sense of shock and horror and grief. And I think that a year on, that sense of grief and loss is still just as real.
Today is a time to think about those families who have lost the most, how their lives have been broken in ways they could never have foreseen and certainly never have chosen.
Maxine Davison, Lee Martin and his 3-year-old daughter Sophie, Stephen Washington, Kate Shepherd, shot dead on a summer's day on the streets where they lived. A year on, the sense of disbelief still palpable. Keyham's vicar has made his church available for the community to come together.
At the centre of it all is the people who were bereaved, and the families of the bereaved families are the ones who are uppermost in my mind at this time.
But grief turns to anger. All eyes now on the inquest due in January, where, says Plymouth MP Luke Pollard, questions remain.
Well, there's 2 questions that the community has that we need answers to. Is why did this happen and how did this happen? Now, there's clearly lessons to be learned. The gun laws in Britain are broken. There's many people in the community, myself included, who want to see changes in that, a case that I've made in the House of Commons on behalf of this community. But we also need to understand about the mistakes that were made leading up to the tragedy and what can be done to stop those mistakes happening anywhere else in the future, because there was nothing Devon specific about the events that we saw a year ago. This could happen anywhere in Britain, and because of that, we need those lessons to be learned not just locally, but everywhere across Britain.
As night falls on a difficult day, those questions uppermost on people's minds. What drove a 22-year-old man to such violence? Why was his firearm returned to him in the days leading up to the attack? Could this tragedy have been avoided? And how do we stop it from happening again? Jeff Moody, GB News.
That's terrible. I don't know if you remember, it was a year ago already. Incredible. In a few moments, we'll be looking through the newspapers. I've just been going through the Eye here. And there's news about the oldest penguin in Britain. And it is a penguin. Sadly, the penguin has died. That's why it's in the newspapers. It was called, the penguin itself was called Mrs. Wallowitz. That was the name. That was the name of the penguin. Guess how old? How old would a penguin be?
How old does a penguin live for? I'm going to go for 30 years old.
Yeah, 35 she was. But that she didn't die of old age.
Over 30 then.
Yeah, I know. She didn't die of old age. Apparently a fox got into the enclosure and attacked her.
Those foxes.
All the other penguins are fine, apparently, but Mrs. Wallowitz sadly has died. But 35, I never thought. I mean, that's quite old for it.
And could have gone on for longer if it hadn't been for
by
that
the sound of it.
fox.
Yeah.
Where was that?
That's at Edinburgh Zoo. I mean, A, it's sad, but B, it's also remarkable. I had no idea penguins lived that long.
Yeah.
Mrs. Wallowitz, and that's such a lovely name.
It is.
There has to be a reason she was called Mrs. Wallowitz.
R.I.P. Mrs. Wallowitz.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll find some other lovely stories in the newspapers for you in just a couple of moments. Do stay with us.
Indeed.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness, brilliant. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Hello again, welcome back. You're watching Breakfast on GB News, but you probably knew that already.
Yeah, good to have you with us this morning. It is 8:33. Let's go through the front pages before we have a peek at what's inside them, starting with the Times, which leads with, as many papers, in fact, pretty much all the papers do lead with the stabbing of British author Sir Salman Rushdie this morning.
The Guardian following the same story, saying the author was attacked by a masked man during the event in New York State.
Daily Mail shows a photo of the man it claims leapt up on the stage to attack Salman Rushdie. A man is currently under arrest for suspicion of committing the attack.
And then look at the Daily Telegraph. It says that the author has spent the last 33 years or so living under the shadow of that fatwa following his book, The Satanic Verses, which were published in 1988.
Daily Express says Salman Rushdie was stabbed up to 15 times during that attack.
And the Mirror also leading with the stabbing of Salman Rushdie.
Yeah, and by the way, just to give you some reaction from Iran this morning, of course, the Ayatollah Khomeini, who issued that fatwa 30 years ago. Iran, its media, this is from the ultra-conservative newspaper Kayhan, which has hailed the assailant who'd attacked British author Salman Rushdie. Bravo to this courageous and duty-conscious man who attacked the apostate and depraved Salman Rushdie in New York, says the paper, whose chief is appointed by the current Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Let us kiss the hands of the one who tore the neck of the enemy of God with a knife, it says. And so that's what that paper is saying this morning, giving you a flavour of the reaction in Iranian media.
Can you imagine the stress of living 30 years plus under that sort of, well, knowing that every corner you turned around, there could be somebody there deliberately ordered to murder you?
Yeah.
The stress and strain of the last 30 years must have been absolutely terrible.
Indeed, you can only imagine. We'll keep you updated on the status of Sir Salman Rushdie throughout the morning here on GB News. But at 8:35, should we go through what's inside the
Yeah, we've got Claire Muldoon and Emma Webb back with us. Thanks very much indeed for coming back. Let's have a look inside the Telegraph, Emma, at apparently half of council staff still want to work remotely, work from home.
Not just that they want to, but that they actually are. So apparently, according to this investigation, half of council staff are still working at home. And also the investigation found that only 10% in two councils, 10% of the employees were actually working in the office. And they've got a list here in the Telegraph of some of the, shall we say, worst offending councils on this front. Dorset, 90% working from home. Leicestershire, 89% working from home. And the point that has been made in some of the responses to this story is that actually this is affecting councils' ability to function properly.
Yes.
The councils deny that it is. And Jacob Rees-Mogg has, of course, been very strong in pushing back against civil servants not wanting to come back into the office. But the idea that they can function properly when most of their staff or in some cases 50% of their staff, up to 90%, are not actually in the office. I think it's
what
ridiculous.
Justification can they possibly give now that, we've come through the pandemic? I know it's still around, but how can they justify wanting to work from home still?
It's interesting because obviously it's been months since these restrictions were lifted, and they could have gone back into the office. And there's a quote here saying from one of the councils, saying that they've continued to work like this in order to, this is a quote, offer a hybrid solution. But the question is, a solution to what?
To what?
It was a solution maybe to the lockdown restrictions during the pandemic, but now that those restrictions have been lifted, is it a solution to the fact that many of their employees simply don't want to come back into the office and do their jobs properly?
Yeah. Is there any evidence that they cite for how it's affecting council services?
So there's one story in here of a woman who was trying to get, so she lives with her son who has multiple sclerosis, and she was trying to get the government's tax rebate, which was one of the some of the help that was offered to people during the pandemic. And she says that she had called up 6 times to her council, and they had said that in order to try and get this rebate, and they had said that because they were working from home, they would need to hang up and call her back in order to get the information, but that they never called her back. Now, the council says that the reason why this situation for her wasn't resolved was something to do with a bank account being changed. But ultimately, if she called people and they never called her back, that is a clear example of them not being able to do their jobs properly. Because if they were working in the office, they would have been able to get, say, the manager on the phone or something like that.
It's an abdication of responsibility.
And it's people's lives. It's people's lives. And
but the point is now there's no good reason for it.
No, and Jacob
I mean, the
Rees-Mogg,
rest of us are having to go into work.
Jacob Rees-Mogg has pointed out that this is not an effective use of taxpayer money. So whilst everybody is experiencing the cost of living crisis, the government should be careful in how it spends our money. And if they're essentially wasting money on these services if they're not able to function correctly because staff are working from home.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? If the council can still function and do its job, surely it will be okay. But if it's being affected, I mean, there needs to be some sort of comprehensive investigation.
Wouldn't it or shouldn't it have been part of the working contract that to do any job? Surely in the small print there, you are required to come into the office.
Yeah, but it's probably not. But how would you measure the local authority as they are now? How do you how would you measure the efficiency of it? How would you measure the fact that they're doing their job?
Yeah, that's what you need, like a comprehensive review. Because obviously that woman was affected by it. But is it anecdotal? Is it in the minority? Is it a majority? We just don't know, do we? No one's actually done.
And I think
if only there was some journalists who could do an investigation.
I know, if only there were investigative journalists. Yeah. But I actually think that the point has to be made. It's completely different from private sector and public sector. Public sector, for me, is paid by the taxpayer. It's paid for by all of us. And I think they've got a duty of care, especially in local authorities, to take care of the residents within that local authority, not just put up cameras for speeding fines or cameras to get revenue that way. They need to work for us. Private sector's slightly different. I don't care if you've got the hybrid notion of working from home. That's up to the people who are paying your wages and the profits they make.
But the council should be saying, you come into work or you lose your job.
Yes, and you're completely
if you want to renegotiate the terms of your job, fair enough. We could, but you resign first.
But do you know what? Lots of local authorities actually put out tender to companies on call centres to deal with calls for nuisance neighbours, environment, rubbish, recycling and benefits. And often these were people, Capacity Grid, I think, was one of the companies. They were all based outside the local authority that had to deal with local authority problems.
This ties into the one way in which you could at least begin to measure the failures here. And this is mentioned in the Telegraph story that there have been multiple revelations around delays to parking permits, planning applications, tax or council tax rebates. So obviously the councils are not functioning as effectively as they could be, and it's hard to imagine that that doesn't have something to do with the fact that more than 50%.
Well, I tell you what they are managing to do is put cycle lanes in everywhere and the traffic cameras to get drivers. I mean, it's just preposterous what they can do and what they can't.
And what they don't.
I've got it in there, launch investigation into... Conservative vote.
But you'd have to hire an outside.
There you are, Paul.
Yeah.
Claire, tell us about Johnson & Johnson baby powder.
Yep, so Johnson & Johnson's a massive, big American company, very famous products for Johnson's baby talc, OK?
Yeah.
So it's hyphen for that. But lots of people use talcum powder for lots of different things. Don't need to be a baby. But what they're saying is the firm faces 38,000 lawsuits over asbestos allegations. That's in the States. So 2 years ago, Johnson & Johnson's removed this product, particularly baby talc, from the shelves. Why have they not done it worldwide until 2 years later? Who knows? I think it's a threatening of lawsuits again. So there's a small paragraph in here saying the disease link is unclear, and I think that's trying to calm the waters here of people saying, gosh, cancer link, and it's predominantly women for ovarian cancer. That's the risk.
Really?
But the asbestos risk, and this is the case that is mentioned here, is in the States of lung cancer. So this woman has won against Johnson & Johnson's in California. She was awarded £22 million over talcum powder-caused illness. So she used the talc products for 30 years, was diagnosed in 2017, aged 52. But interestingly, Emma and I were having a discussion in the green room there before we came on, and she said, God, that's a great story, but you automatically assumed it was the baby milk.
Yes, because there was some scandal surrounding, I don't know the details of it, some scandal surrounding the baby formula. I think it was Nestle that originally put out this baby formula, and the effects that had on developing countries and so on, that there were real concerns about that as well.
So you just wonder, you know, we hear of the FDA, we hear of all these, of NICE in this country. They're our regulator, they're our go-to for our gold standard. And yet these products are coming through, they're being tainted with things. So
is the allegation or the suggestion that there is asbestos in the baby talc?
Yes.
Asbestos?
Yes.
And of course, very, very fine particles.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would think that the company would withdraw it worldwide.
That was my first point.
Yeah.
Because forget about the FDA and the American regulations. You would think the company would have enough of an ethical conscience to remove that product from the shelf until they absolutely knew whether there was some kind of connection to cancer, or at least to test all of their products worldwide to see if it contains asbestos.
The very thought of baby talc, though, actually, I mean,
causing harm or damage is...
Except that some people overuse it, and there's no need to use baby talc. Your baby doesn't need the smell of Johnson & Johnson.
I remember this story coming out. My eldest is 24, and they were bathed every single night, the four of them. But when Caitlin when she was first born, they were always talked in the wee creases, and it was lovely, and the smell of it was so lovely and welcoming and warm.
Nevertheless, it is a very, very fine powder, and you do wonder how much baby breathes in and how much you breathe in all the time too.
Absolutely.
And I remember one of my midwives saying to me that there's absolutely no need to use it. You don't.
Yeah, I know, but
I agree, it's nice.
But it's a reminder, isn't it, that sometimes things get passed and put onto the market, but actually that's not a completely watertight, bulletproof.
No.
I know, and it's in this day and age, I don't think it's good news.
Moving on, Emma, we were talking earlier about Donald Trump mentioning him and about his home being raided and how he hopes to run again on the Republican ticket. But also, Joe Biden hasn't announced that he's going to run either.
It's incredible. I actually laughed out loud when I saw this story because President Biden has been dogged by stories of him forgetting things, not being able to get his words out properly, concerns about his health, turning to shake people's hands when they've already shook his hand, so he's forgotten within an instant that person has shook his hand. So the fact that Biden, aged 80, already older than Ronald Reagan, who was 77 when he finished his 2 terms in the White House, that at age 80, that Biden would put himself forward to run again for the Democrats is frankly incredible.
He said he was going to be a one-term president. He sort of promised that.
Did he say that?
I think
on
so.
record?
Yeah, I
probably
think
forgot
he did.
he'd said that and then just written his name down.
But also, that will be a hell of a blow for his vice president.
I think it would be a hell of a blow for the Democrats because he's not only is he bad for the Democrats because he comes across in terms of his statesmanship, and given what's going on in Russia and in Ukraine, in China, that America, as an ally of the Western world, needs to be putting forth a strong international persona and projecting power, that they would be led by this, frankly, to be harsh, doddery old man.
Yes. But he didn't have much to say when Pelosi went to Taiwan last week either, or a couple of week and a half ago. He's just not leading. I'm so surprised at this. And Kamala Harris as well. Everybody thought that he was there to enable her.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's present but not involved.
Yes.
And I think that...
But she's not terribly impressive.
No! But this is not just...
really, is that the best the Democrats can do after all this
I think this is not just bad for the Democrats. I think this is bad for the global order.
It's bad for democracy,
It is.
Isn't it? 4 years later, right, who have we got to choose? It's the same people again. Great, excellent.
And they're 4 years older.
And yes. Yeah.
And less wiser, some would say.
Well,
If it were Kamala Harris versus Ron DeSantis, now that would be something worth keeping an eye on.
Yes, that'll keep us busy. Claire, very quickly then, young drinkers don't want to drink alcohol.
Apparently not. Who gave birth to these youngsters? From whom did they learn? Generation Z. I had to look it up. 1997 to 2012. That's the demographic, right? That's the ones we've clutched here. That's the ones that don't want to drink. And they were raised by mummies that did like, you know, the odd drink, the odd glass of Chardonnay.
Maybe that's what did it. It's the spectacle
That's
of
what
watching
done it.
mum.
Anyway, the story is they want from post-lockdown, low down now, they want a no-alcohol alternative. And while their parents might enjoy a glass or two or a bottle or two of wine, Generation Z won't be spending the summer sipping rosé. Instead, they're ditching the booze in favour of no-alcohol beer and wellness tonics. Who knew? But I think there is this launch to sobriety, actually. When people aren't persecuted now, we had this like late 80s, 90s, it was the, you know, lads and, you know, everyone was in it to win it. And, you know, there was this lager culture. And I think we've gone beyond that now almost. And I think the pandemic, and I noticed it from my own family, that I'd certainly drink more than my children. But, and they're kind of like, OK, one's enough, or they'll just go out for, you know, and it's quite sobering to actually see.
It's been organic. It's not because they've been lectured about it. And they're not even thinking of their health. They just don't fancy it.
They just don't fancy it.
Emma?
I wonder if it has something to do with the general health and wellness culture among younger people, that people have talked about this kind of coddling of younger people.
Yeah.
And there's this focus, even within universities, on this kind of therapeutic approach to taking care of yourself and so on, that maybe that's got something to do with it. Because even with, you know, beyond Generation Z, I've noticed that amongst my own peers that many people are starting to go sober and don't drink at all.
Well, you see, that ties into the next story that you were going to talk about in the Times, which is young adults turning to therapy to cope with their quarter-life crisis.
This is
aged about 25, they're seeking therapy to just sort of help live.
It's a fascinating story, and on the one hand, it does sort of speak to the stereotype of the snowflake generation. But on the other hand, I think that there is a sort of kernel of truth in this, which is that due to all sorts of things, housing situation, that young people are actually struggling to break out of this kind of prolonged adolescence and into adult life. And that's happening later and later and later. This week, you know, there was stuff in the press about
more children being born out of wedlock.
Children being born out of wedlock. The age of marriage has increased dramatically. It's now into the 30s. That young people are bearing the brunt of a lot of very toxic aspects, features of the society that we've created. And so this is very interesting that a number of young people, this psychotherapist is saying, is turning to her to deal with what they call a quarter-life crisis. And actually, an organisation has been set up called Quarter Life that has been set up to help young people deal with this prolonged adolescence.
And I would say, I would go further as well and say that a lot of them actually have got a crisis of identity because they're not homeowners, they're not husbands or wives, they're not parents. So what Are they?
Yes.
And jobs are so transient now as well. There's not a thing as a job for life. Quite ironic, there's a plastic bag for life, and yet we don't have jobs for life.
I guess they're having therapy because the therapist would say, and I'm no therapist myself, they would say it's okay to just be yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I quite welcome the fact that they're sensible enough if they feel they need a bit of help to go for it.
I think actually, in a very promising way, that suggests that young people are aware that this situation is affecting them, and that they want to achieve. You know, we hear young people using the phrase adulting whenever they do some kind of daily task.
Yeah.
And any responsible person.
Oh God, give me one of those, would you? I don't have any of those in my house at the moment.
But it does suggest that actually there's an almost innate desire for family, for home, and that young people want to grow up, but the society in many ways is not facilitating.
Hang on, so are we saying that there's like sensible, self-aware, emotionally intelligent young people?
Maybe these are same ones who are not drinking any alcohol.
That's outrageous. They should be telling us what to do.
Brilliant.
Right?
If only one would stand to be Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, please.
Somebody
Let's have
nice
a new
and
wave
young
of
and
politics.
forceful and talented
Yes.
and exciting and sober. Yes,
And that's
exactly.
not full of spin.
Indeed. Emma and Claire, thank you so much for joining us this
You're
morning.
welcome,
Thanks, guys.
thank
Thank you.
Let's bring you up to date now with the headlines, shall we?
Yeah.
Well, the author Sir Salman Rushdie was attacked, as you now know, on stage during an event in New York State yesterday. The 75-year-old was about to deliver a lecture when he was stabbed in the neck and abdomen. His agent has said that he is on a ventilator now and is expected to lose an eye. New York State Police have named the suspect as 24-year-old Hadi Matar, and he remains in custody right now.
The FBI, who've searched Donald Trump's home in Florida, have removed 11 sets of classified documents, some of them top secret. A federal judge approved a warrant to carry out a search at Mar-a-Lago. It's after the US government said it's possible the former president had violated the Espionage Act. That's a law that prohibits passing on or keeping national defense information.
And the Post Office will stage fresh strikes for 3 days at the end of August. The Communication Workers Union has announced staff will walk out on the 26th, 27th and 30th in an escalating dispute over pay.
Right, it is 8:53. Let's get all the latest entertainment gossip with Stephanie Tetchy.
Good
morning, Stephanie. How are you?
Anne and Paul. I'm doing great.
Great.
I like your hair.
Thank you. I've missed you, Anne.
Anne Hesh. I can't get over what has happened to Anne Hesh.
It's been such a tragic, incident, story that's been developing the whole week. And yesterday, her rep came out to say that she is, by Californian law, she's officially dead. But her heart is being still kept beating because they want to harvest her organs. She did want to be a donor. So this is the only shining light that has come out from this situation. Her poor son's, her 20-year-old son has come out and said, I'm just glad that my mum is free from pain now because the past 6 days has just been an emotional roller coaster. Her ex-girlfriend, Ellen DeGeneres, came out yesterday and said it was a really sad day. They hadn't been in touch over the past few years, but when Ellen came out, that was her first high-profile lesbian relationship. So that was quite significant for her. And I've always felt like she was very one of Hollywood's underrated actresses.
Yes, me
because
too.
when you think of films, you do remember her. She was in the 1998 remake of Psycho. I Know What You Did Last Summer, Donnie Brasco. So she's done a lot and for Hollywood.
I didn't know. Was it well known that she was very unhappy and troubled?
She's always been open about the trauma she faced at the hands of her dad. Her dad was quite abusive to her. She faced a lot of sexual abuse. So, with a lot of these Hollywood stars, we see them on the red carpet and think everything's all right, but behind closed doors, if the roles are starting to shrivel up a bit, they do battle a lot of addictions behind closed doors. And there was that last haunting picture of her with, the vodka bottle in the car and all that stuff. But she was.
Although they've released a statement saying that there was no alcohol in her body, but there was a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, so they're still doing an investigation to see what drugs are in her blood, but it's just very sad.
And that'll be interesting to see whether or not that affects her ability to donate organs now.
Yeah, So that's why they're keeping her heart ticking to see if she could be a match for something.
Awful
so
for her son.
It's been very sad, a very sad story.
Yeah. Changing subjects, Strictly Come Dancing.
Your favourite time of year,
I
Paul.
love Strictly Come Dancing.
I know that call's coming for Paul. I've always said,
You
please.
don't believe me?
No, I believe you. I just don't understand it, but fine.
So we've had the 15 new celebrity contestants who've been named.
Anyone interesting?
So yesterday it was James Bye. He was the 14th one to be announced, and he plays Martin Fowler.
I'm glad it says that. I don't know who James Bye was.
We've got Country Files' Helen Skelton.
Oh, yeah, I know her.
We've got Tony Adams, former Arsenal player. We've got Paralympian Ellie Simmons. We've got Matt Goss. We've got Fleur East. There's a big lineup, but the BBC...
That's interesting, Ellie Simmons, because obviously she suffers from dwarfism.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're going to
I don't know how they're going to fill it off, because she's only 4 foot tall. So I'm like, a lot of these dancers are probably over... almost getting near to 6 feet.
They're
So
all long legs,
I don't know how they're going to work that out. But, last year we did see a deaf contestant and she made it work.
Yeah, exactly.
So go Ellie. She's got my support already.
It'll be fascinating. That's a very good signing, isn't it?
Yeah. Interesting to see Tony Adams dancing as well.
Definitely. Wasn't he called the Donkey?
He was, yes.
Let's not
Probably
get
not
into that.
by Arsenal fans. But, he was known for being a hard-nosed
all
defender.
this time as well, there are lots of different cities competing to do the
Yes. I'm a Londoner, but I'm actually happy London didn't get it, because we get everything. So it's time for some new cities in the UK to shine. So obviously we came second with Sam Ryder, who with his track Spaceman. So the reason why we're hosting it in 2023 is because the ongoing invasion of Iraq by Russia.
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Sorry.
I hadn't heard about that one.
Yeah.
Who's more likely to get it?
So at the moment we've got Birmingham, Glasgow, Leeds, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle and Sheffield.
It should be a city with the largest Ukraine population.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That would be
I don't know who
nice.
that would be, but we'll find out.
The BBC have said that they want the chosen city to have the capacity, capability and experience to host an event of this scale and complexity.
Yeah, and they can all do that. Yeah, it could be Birmingham as well.
Sounds like Birmingham.
Lord Hayward was... so I was listening to him yesterday and he said that maybe they should ask President Zelensky to pick a city.
I think that would be a good idea, actually. Yeah.
There'll be a lot of talk going on in the BBC.
Definitely. Well, I'm quite pleased with this seven, the lucky seven.
No,
So
that's
That'd be great when it
interesting.
happens. It'll be really good.
Yes, it will. It'll be very emotional, won't it? It'll be terrific.
Definitely.
Thanks, Stephanie.
OK, thanks very much, Stephanie. Right, we're coming up towards 9 o'clock. Do stay with us here on GB News, because there's lots more to come, including a brief preview of that exclusive interview that's going to be at 10 o'clock with Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Jacob Rees-Mogg says the government has not yet reaped the benefits of Brexit.
Good morning, it's 9 o'clock on Saturday the 13th of August. This is Breakfast on GB News with Paul and Anne.
Very good morning to you. We're live across the whole of the UK, on your TV, on your radio. You can take us everywhere with you. Here's what you're waking up to this Saturday morning.
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg has admitted that we have not taken full advantage of leaving the EU. In an exclusive GB News interview, the Minister for Brexit Opportunities says we can still boost our economy after leaving the EU.
British author Salman Rushdie has been stabbed during a literary event in New York State. The author has since been taken to hospital and been in surgery for his extensive injuries. His agent claims he's been put on a ventilator and would most likely lose an eye.
And more rail strikes have hit Britain's transport network yet again, with members of the ASLEF union walking out this morning. 9 rail companies will not be able to offer services on one of the busiest summer days of the year, with families and football fans badly affected today.
Talking about lots of things this morning. Jacob Rees-Mogg, also how to keep your brain ticking over with brain exercises. GB Views at gbnews.uk if you want to get involved with anything we're talking about.
Yeah, please do.
Lots of people getting
Lots of people getting in. Yeah.
You're shaking your head.
Wade says, work in the office or no job. It was stunning in our last newspaper review to hear, in some cases, 90% of council employees are still working from home. And are you impressed with the way your council is working in that case? We all pay our taxes for a local council with people who should be able to answer your phone calls about anything from your street lighting to dustbins and all the rest of it. Apparently, an awful lot, 90% in some councils, of people are not working in the office.
Well, on that, listen to Patricia, who says, I have a friend whose daughter and son-in-law are both working from home full-time. She's a school inspector and he's an environmentalist. The catch, they've moved to Spain and are not even in the UK anymore. It's a disgraceful situation, says Patricia.
Mike says, working from home, is data safe when working from home? Are the systems in place even secure? Is there any recording of analogue information? It's all very questionable.
Mark makes the point that his wife is working from home, which suits Reading Council, who've reduced their office size. Question is, where is that money going from reducing overheads?
Yes, I think it needs to be very transparent how councils are now budgeting, if that's what they're doing. I've got another view here. Fed up with local authorities being vilified owing to working from home. We, at a local authority in Hampshire, had no choice. We are forced to work from home in a hybrid manner so that they could save costs by selling one of our buildings. Bear in mind, they also don't pay our extra costs incurred from working at home. All is not as it seems.
Yeah.
There needs to be an inquiry about this.
Yeah, an investigation, like we were saying, some sort of comprehensive look at how it's affecting council services. And in fact, Mike says, my council is failing as a result of staff working from home. You can wait up to 6 hours waiting on the phone. Ridiculous.
Yes, that is. Yeah, and isn't it annoying when you ring up and you're trying to get somebody and you just get a recording saying, we are experiencing high caller volume. Yeah, that's right. And you think, are you heck?
Yeah, and then quite often the music that you have to listen to is...
Yeah, and then you get through to somebody and there's a click and it goes wrong. And you have to start that process all over again. It is so annoying. Yeah, is that just bad organisation, or is it simply because there's nobody there at the other end? Actually, somebody who's been campaigning about this and been very outspoken about the working from home thing is Jacob Rees-Mogg, isn't it? Now, we've got an exclusive interview with him. It's playing out at 10 o'clock. He is, of course, the Minister for Brexit Opportunities. But in this interview, he admits that we're not yet feeling the benefits of breakfast. They haven't... breakfast, did I say? Brexit. They haven't
not feeling the benefits of Brexit.
You can tell what I'm thinking about, really, as a breakfast. Yeah, we're not feeling the benefits of Brexit. They haven't been properly realised. But it's an extraordinary thing, really, for him to say, because he is the Minister for Brexit Opportunities.
Yeah, here's a little snippet.
Have we reaped the benefits of Brexit?
Not yet, no. We've got much more to do. We've got some benefits already, and we saw that with vaccine rollout. We've seen it with some minor tax changes. We've seen it with the tentative beginnings of free ports. But there is a lot more that we can do. Solvency II could unleash tens of billions of pounds a year for investment in the economy. It's one of the biggest things we can do to boost the economy. There are other things we can do. We should get rid of all the tariffs on goods that we don't produce, which would be a help, not the biggest help, but a help to people in a cost of living crisis.
I was going to say, what do you think needs to be done to deliver those sort of Brexit bonuses?
There's the opportunity to take the 5% VAT off fuel, which we couldn't possibly do whilst we were in the European Union, but would be a help to every household.
Let's talk about this then with former Labour advisor and associate editor of Labour Uncut, Kevin Marr. Kevin, morning to you. What do you make of what Jacob Rees-Mogg had to say?
Morning to you both. Well, I think it's an admission that he's got a very difficult job. Minister for Brexit Opportunities is more often Minister for Brexit Difficulties. Now, Brexit was always going to be tricky. It was always going to be bumpy, whether you're a Remainer or a Brexiteer. It was always going to be, I think, a new departure. And probably the case for Brexit has always been oversold. We've now got a situation where the Bank of England last week is predicting 5 quarters of economic decline for the British economy, 5 consecutive quarters of contraction, which will bite seriously, given obviously all the other cost of living issues that we've got. Now, not all of that is about Brexit. That's important to say that. Some of it is about Brexit, but not all of it. But it will make it very difficult for Jacob Rees-Mogg and for the government to spell out the benefits of Brexit when we're seeing interest rates going up, inflation out of control, unemployment starting to rise, poverty being very, very widespread. So it's going to be very, very difficult to control the narrative that Brexit is actually a great opportunity and will lead to sunny uplands and all the rest of it. Now, I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg is quite right. I mean, on the vaccine rollout, being outside the European Union meant that Britain could acquire its own vaccine supplies and roll that out quicker. So fair enough. But at the same time, we've also got the worst death rate from COVID in the European Union. So the difficulty is that for any kind of thing you might alight on and point to as a benefit to Brexit, there's something that comes along pretty quickly afterwards that causes a problem. Free movement, for example, is another good example. So we've ended free movement. That was the big issue, I think, that really galvanised the British public to say immigration's out of control, we've got to control our borders. Free movement is used as a policy that effectively facilitates mass immigration. So we clamped down on free movement, and we've seen, for example, in the building industry, every part of the building industry, we've seen wages rise in the last 3 years. So if you're in the building industry, Brexit's been good because, frankly, you've got fewer workers from Eastern Europe that are coming in here competing for jobs. But at the same time, we've seen this massive increase in the boat people coming across the channel from France. So in the public's mind, we're not controlling the borders, we're not controlling immigration, because although we may have clamped down on free movement and the movement of workers, we still have this massive problem at the beaches every single day.
I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg is the Minister for Brexit Opportunities, and yet in this interview he seems to be pointing out the fact that we haven't nearly made enough of those opportunities yet. And he actually listed a couple of things that he said would actually benefit ordinary working people right now. So the next question has to be, well, why hasn't he done it yet?
That's quite... I mean, politics is all about being able to convince people at any one time that things are getting better and will get better. And this, as I say, is the great difficulty for the government at the moment. I mean, Liz Truss is going to have the shortest political honeymoon in history, given the weight of problems that are waiting for her in Number 10 when, presumably she takes over the Tory leadership in the next 2 or 3 weeks' time. Brexit, Jacob Rees-Mogg may be beamed into a different department and probably be, I suspect, quite grateful if he is. I mean, the difficulty is, as I say, the case for Brexit was always sold, you know, I mean, there's an old phrase that you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. And that's, I think, very, very true about Brexit, that all kinds of claims were made in the referendum. And you know, just whether you're a Remainer or a Brexiteer, in a sense, that's not the point. We're past that. But lots of claims were made, and delivering on those claims is now really, really difficult. And I suspect that people like Jacob Rees-Mogg are finding that out the hard way.
Is it that difficult when we talk about cutting things like VAT? That's not difficult.
It's a question. Things like that become a question of public finances, and you know, the trouble in government is if you cut something, then you know, you've got to if you cut taxes, then you've got to cut spending, or you've got to find new taxes from somewhere else. So it's the trouble with being in the Treasury is that everything is so finely calibrated that if you dial something down here, something's got to go up there. It's a bit like whack-a-mole with the public finances, and you know, again, these are some of the difficulties that you know, the claim has been made that Brexit will be this great moment of reawakening and this great, you know, sort of invigorating moment for Britain and the British economy. And so far, it clearly isn't that. And I suspect that the difficulty for Jacob Rees-Mogg as the minister on the spot, if you like, is that you're running out of time, because by the time of the next general election, there's going to be a lot of audiences that want to see delivery. There's the red wall that the Tories desperately need to cling on to and manage to hold if they're going to carry on staying in power post 2023-24 when the next general election is. You know, these places are going to bear the brunt of what is going to be probably a very difficult recession for this country. And you know, if Brexit becomes the issue, the fault line, takes the blame for it, fairly or unfairly, it's going to be very difficult to maintain the position that Brexit's been a good thing.
Well, actually, on that, as a former Labour advisor, what's your health assessment of where Labour and Sir Keir Starmer are at the moment, and their narrative in terms of the cost of living crisis, in terms of making the best opportunities from Brexit, and potentially where they are heading into a next general election?
I mean, it's worth pointing out, and sometimes this gets lost in translation, that one in three Labour voters voted for Brexit. You know, and that's a big problem for Labour, because it's caught betwixt and between, because instinctively a lot of Labour MPs, a lot of Labour people, you know, very anti-Brexit, very pro-Remain. But of course, you know, this is why Labour doesn't have the red wall, because all those constituencies that it lost in 2019, many of them voted Brexit by a pretty large margin, and so Labour's got a difficulty in not wanting to sort of say, you know, there you go, Jacob, you've got some Brexit difficulties, we told you so. They don't want to say that. They want to try and move past this and move the narrative on a bit, focus very much on cost of living. And Keir Starmer's going to be making, we're told, a very big speech as early as Monday on all of this, because Labour needs to be able to position itself to say, look, the government's got all these kind of problems, all these economic indicators which are in the wrong place, interest rates going up, inflation going up, likely to be double digit for the next 12 months. And as I say, 5 quarters of economic decline, you know, which is really, really going to bite. So in a sense, Labour's been waiting to see what the state of the economy was about this point before it makes a foray into what it would do instead. Because at the moment, Labour politicians are coming on programmes like yours and they're having a go at the government, but it's a bit difficult to say, well, what would you do instead? So I think they're very conscious of that. And I think Keir Starmer's going to try and reset Labour's position, as I say, as early as Monday this week.
It's interesting that Jacob Rees-Mogg should come out and say this now. And I was just wondering if, quite cynically, he's pointing out that there are benefits to be had from Brexit, quite immediate ones, like the VAT cut, something that could be done, that could be seen to be putting money back into people's pockets. Do you think, cynically, they're sort of holding off until a general election to do it, just before a general election?
I think probably the difficulty is that because of the Tory leadership, you know, I mean, you know, the smart one is clearly on Liz Truss to win, and Jacob Rees-Mogg is a big backer of Liz Truss and an early backer as well. So he might be hoping to get promotion and to be beamed out of the role that he's in into perhaps a spending department where he's not done that job before. So it's a bit difficult because you know the next Prime Minister is going to have to come in and grab onto this issue very forcefully, very fully. And I think at the moment, either candidate, Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak, don't want to spell out in infinite detail what they might do, because you know, their plans are still being carefully worked up, and they don't want to, you know, as I say, at the moment you're campaigning poetry and you govern in prose later on. But I suspect that it will not be lost in the upper echelons of the government that they are going through some very, very stormy water. And as I say, it's that juxtaposition of problems, some of which stem from their own policies. They've been in government for 12 years. Some of it stems from obviously the problems with energy supply from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. You can't ignore that. Some of it is legacy of COVID, which has been very disruptive to the global economy and supply chains and all of that. But some of it is Brexit too. And the difficulty is if Brexit is this project that the Tory party wants to wrap itself around, that all these other factors are kind of damaging it and chipping away at it. And so the difficulty then is presented to people like Jacob Rees-Mogg to say, well, where are these opportunities that you told us about?
Yeah. Really good to talk to you this morning,
really
Kevin.
good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin Mayer there. Kevin Marr, I should say, former Labour advisor and associate editor of Labour Uncut.
Yes, indeed. Lots more to come. Do stay with us here on Breakfast on GB News. We'll bring you up to date with the headlines first. The FBI, who have searched Donald Trump's home in Florida, have removed 11 sets of classified documents, some of them top secret. A federal judge approved a warrant to carry out a search at Mar-a-Lago. And it's after the US government said it's possible the former president had violated the Espionage Act, a law that prohibits passing on or keeping national defence information.
Rail passengers face further disruption today as drivers at 9 train companies walk out over pay and conditions. West Coast services, LNER, London Overground and South Eastern are affected. Some parts of the country will have no services at all.
Record numbers of people are getting checked for bowel cancer following the death of Dame Deborah James. The NHS says, thanks to her campaigning, people are taking the illness much more seriously and speaking to their GPs about it. In fact, the figures show over 170,000 people went for checks between May and July. Dame Deborah, known as Bowel Babe, died from the disease at the end of June, aged 40.
It is 9:17. Let's bring you up to date with the status of Sir Salman Rushdie, who was attacked in New York State yesterday afternoon.
He's 75 and he was about to deliver a lecture at the Chautauqua Institution in New York when he was stabbed in the neck and abdomen.
New York State Police have named the suspect as 24-year-old Hadi Matar. He remains in custody.
Now, although Salman Rushdie has been placed on a ventilator, his agent apparently says the nerves in his arm were severed, his liver damaged, and he probably is going to lose an eye.
Well, for more on this, let's speak to journalist at The Spectator and Daily Telegraph, Alex Larman. Morning to you, Alex.
Morning.
This is a shocking attack, isn't it?
It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, it's completely cowardly. It's horrendously violent. But the worst thing is obviously this is something that Sir Salman Rushdie must have been living in fear of for years.
I mean, we can only imagine the stress and strain of living some 30-plus years under the constant threat that anyone could just leap out from the public and murder him, because that's what the faithful have been told to do under this fatwa.
Precisely. And of course, I think it's a tremendous tribute to his courage that he has led, especially for the last couple of decades, a more or less normal life. I mean, he's been a very public figure. He's been this great advocate for free speech. He's been absolutely tireless in terms of giving his time to people, because he must have done, hundreds of book signings and public appearances. And every single time he's ever done an appearance like that, there's always the question of, is this person coming towards me to get their book signed? Is this person coming towards me to try and kill me? Unfortunately, yesterday we had the answer is very much the latter category.
Astonishingly, his assailant was only 24 years old, wasn't even born when the Satanic Verses, which is the book that's caused so much trouble for Salman Rushdie, he wasn't even born then. So the fatwa is clearly very much up and running, isn't it?
Well, the worst thing is what we don't know at this stage is if he was acting out of the fatwa, out of some kind of misguided idea that he was doing something in the spirit of his God, or if in fact it was some kind of tribute act, that all he was doing was committing a random act of violence because Sir Salman was a public figure and he thought that he could get a name and a reputation for himself by doing something so horrific. But in fact, you look at what he did, attacking a man in his 70s, it's an act of profound cowardice and an act that's disgusting and despicable on every level. So I don't think anyone's going to look at this young man and and think, oh yeah, he's the servant of his God. I mean, you can look at this young man and think, you're a coward and you should never, ever have done this appalling thing.
I mean, it's not just an attack on a person, is it? It's an attack on free speech.
I think I'd go even further. I think I'd say it's an attack on Western literary society. It's an attack on anybody who dares to write a book that some might disagree with. And essentially, it's a rather violent way of saying, we don't want your opinions, we don't want what you've got to say, never, ever write this, or it'll be the worse for you.
Alex, really good to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time. Alex Larman there, who writes for The Spectator and The Telegraph. We're still waiting to hear an update on the situation.
Yes, we were hoping for an update on his health by now. As we said, his agent has said he's likely to lose an eye. His liver has been very badly hurt. I mean, it was a very violent stabbing. There are different reports of how many times he was actually stabbed. Some of the reports say up to 15 times. Yeah. And he is aged 75. And, you know, it doesn't matter how old you are under an attack like that, but particularly, I think, the chances of recovery are going to be seriously compromised. So we just hope that he does pull through. He's a remarkable author. He's written about 22 books, won the Booker Prize. It's very difficult to come across people who've actually read the book, Satanic Verses.
Indeed.
It's a very famous book, but I wonder how many people have actually read it.
Good question. It is 9:21. Stay with us. Coming up, we're going to have more on the Conservative leadership race.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Now, more drama seems to be engulfing the Conservative Party after Boris Johnson failed to publicly deny Rishi Sunak's allegations that the Prime Minister is ignoring his calls.
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? The Prime Minister told reporters during a visit to North Wales, that's one of those Westminster questions that doesn't change the price of fish. Which doesn't really answer the question, did it? Some Conservative commentators have warned the former Chancellor that his comments are currently doing more damage to the party during an already heated leadership race.
Well, is this harmful to Rishi? Joining us now is Richard John Holden, Member of Parliament for North West Durham and supporter of Rishi Sunak. Morning, Richard.
Good morning, guys.
First of all, what have you heard about it? Has the PM been ignoring Rishi Sunak's calls? He must have left a lot of voicemails.
I'm afraid this is a bit of a new story to me. Not one of the ones I've been concentrating on while I've been up here in North West Durham. I'm just getting out and about, speaking to my constituents, and I'm actually banging the drum over the last few days for Rishi as well, and he's gone down really well with the membership at the Darlington hustings and in those members' events that he's been doing locally.
I think a lot of people might think you're maybe kidding yourself now, because Liz Truss does seem to be so well ahead. People are talking almost as though, you know, it's going to happen, it's going to be her. Maybe the two candidates should get together and hammer something out realistic between them, so that we could end this circus now, because it's just tearing the Tory party apart, isn't it?
Well, I think both Rishi and Liz have slightly different views of where we need to take the country, particularly in terms of trying to deal with inflation and keep interest rates down as much as possible. They've got different visions on that, and I think the membership need to see them out and about across the country as much as possible and to speak to them. And one of the interesting things I've seen over the last few weeks is just how much Rishi has been out there meeting members, doing 6, 7, 8 events a day sometimes, to meet as many of the members as practically possible. And I think it's very difficult to poll the Conservative membership. It's a bit of a self-selecting audience for these online polls, and I think we just need to wait and see what happens at the result of this contest in a couple of weeks' time.
Obviously, the two do have their differences, right? But they are still members of the same party. They've worked in government together, and they both say that they put the national interest first. Now, with millions of people already hard up and facing an absolutely catastrophic winter when it comes to bills, why can't they put their differences aside and at least meet and agree some rough plan to say that, look, whichever of us does become Prime Minister, this is what we're going to do, and give that assurance that those people need? Because so many people out there are frightened and scared.
Well, I think Rishi has already got that package of measures that he put in when he was Chancellor. So you'll see some of the people who are in the most vulnerable situation getting the final part of that £650 payment coming through in September. You'll see that £400 for every household on the energy bills coming through in October.
But Richard, we need more.
You'll see. Yes, I agree. And Rishi's outlined that he wants to see VAT off energy bills, and he wants to see more support, particularly for the most vulnerable. Liz has taken a different tack. That's fair enough, and that's the battle of ideas that's happening between the two at the moment. So I think if Rishi's outlined some of his thoughts, getting VAT off energy bills, and then also providing more direct support to those most in need, and I think that's pretty clear. I think it's sort of a bit up to Liz as to what she wants to come forwards with on that package now. But tax cuts alone, particularly for vulnerable pensioners and for the lower paid people in work, won't be enough at this stage.
Would you agree with the political commentary I'm just reading here in the Eye, saying whoever wins next month, it's going to be tough to turn around nearly 14 years of low growth and low productivity by the time of the next election? It is going to be tough for whoever wins, isn't it? Maybe particularly Rishi Sunak, because he's been Chancellor.
Well, I mean, I think it is going to be tough for whoever wins. We're facing a very difficult international situation. We've only just come out of the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns in the last year or so, and now we're facing these real difficulties with energy costs following Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. So it is going to be tough for whoever wins. I mean, both have been in government. Liz has been in government now for 10 years, 8 as a cabinet minister. Rishi's been in government since I think about 2017. So they've both got experience of serving the country. But yes, it is going to be a very difficult couple of years, especially with these inflationary pressures. And that's one of the reasons that I'm backing Rishi, is because I think we need to deal with those inflationary pressures first, because inflation eats away at people's savings. It drives interest rates very high for those people who have got businesses and people with mortgages. And I think we need to tackle those two issues first, and before we start looking at those broader issues around tax cuts, which I want to see as quickly as possible. But I think we need to be responsible about the way we do it as well.
Yeah, Rishi, of course, introduced the, I think he called it the temporary energy levy, or so. It's effectively a windfall tax in everything but name. Would you like to see that brought back or extended? Because there needs to be some sort of comprehensive plan in place for really to go through all the way through next year to help millions of people. Government can't just keep putting its hands in its pocket and dishing out cash.
Yeah, no, I think Rishi's the energy levy, which is a 3-year package, which basically increases the tax on energy companies by 25%, from 40% to 65%, when they're seeing these record profits, purely record profits as a result of not of anything that they're doing, but just because of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, I think is a sensible thing to do. I mean, they can avoid that, and I think that's a sensible thing if they put more investment into production and energy security here in the UK. And I think that's a very sensible thing to do because it provides that short-term boost to the exchequer, but also that long-term extra supply that we really need to see in the energy sector as well, particularly homegrown, because if you look at countries like Germany, who are incredibly reliant on Russia for their gas, they're not just seeing energy price rises like we are, they're seeing exactly the same, but they're also seeing there's massive issues about energy security. It's not just whether they can pay for it, it's whether they can even access it. And I think that's a really difficult situation for many countries across the world. I'm glad we're not in that position, but we really do need to ensure that households get the support they need at very difficult times.
Get it now.
Yeah.
Richard, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Cheers, Richard. Thank you. Richard Holden-MB, supporting Rishi Sunak. Actually, speaking of energy supply, on Wednesday, there is a decision due on whether Britain will open its first coal mine for 30 years.
I know. That's astonishing too.
Which will be controversial either way.
Very controversial.
I'll be going up to Cumbria to cover that. So, if you're in Whitehaven, say hello.
Can't believe these times, can you? It's not what we would have predicted a couple of years ago. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's like sort of retro government policy, isn't it? It's like going all nostalgic.
And I don't know how great the optics are either, that while we're talking about, families who can't afford to heat their homes this coming winter, Rishi Sunak is building this enormous swimming pool complex in the grounds of his home. If you've seen the drone footage, yeah, very nice it looks, if you can afford it, but it's reputedly costing about £500,000. It's just a swimming pool complex. It's not great optics, is it, really?
GBViews at GBNews.
You wanted to be Prime Minister, wouldn't you hold the builders off for a bit? I think I would. I know it's his own money and I know he's made it himself, but it's just not great optics when there are some people who are suffering and don't have enough money to put food on the table.
GBViews at GBnews.uk.
Yes, exactly.
Coming up, we're going to have Aidan with all the sport and Steph with all the showbiz, and we're going to fuse them together in a big show sport biz.
Well, they often end up talking about each other's subjects anyhow, so let's see what happens. Coming up very soon.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Morning again. Yeah, lots of people getting in touch. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
We were talking about the US presidential election and the fact that President Biden appears to be running a re-election or preparing for a re-election campaign.
Yes, indeed.
But how old is he now?
He was
80, isn't he?
Yeah, he was 78 at the last one, so I think he'll be 82.
Which would make him surely
He's
the
4 years older
oldest
than
presidential candidate ever.
Yeah.
And if Donald Trump did run again, you'd have a competition basically between two 80-year-olds.
Same guys again, 4 years later.
Yeah, seems a bit extraordinary, doesn't it? Helen says, you've got to be kidding me. Biden and Pelosi both look so elderly and frail. Not a good visual image for the mighty US of A. The Republicans aren't doing much better with old Playboy Trump.
Yep. Indeed. Lots of you getting in touch with us on a range of subjects this morning as well, including brain
training.
Brain training.
They used to call it brain training, but I don't think that took off terribly. It doesn't sound very good.
No.
But the idea, and it's a big report that's come in from a Chinese university, that basically says that the more activities you can do every day, build it into your routine, little things that keep the brain active, like Sudoku, crosswords, learning to play a musical instrument, can improve your chances of not getting, if you see what I mean, have a protective value effect of something like 23%. So in other words, if you don't do anything, you just sort of decide to spend your retirement, just sort of sitting in a chair and not doing much, you are more likely to get dementia than if you do a bit of brain training, keep active, keep the brain active.
Yeah, because the brain's a muscle, just like we'd like to...
Yeah, it doesn't mean, though, by any chance that Alzheimer's isn't a real thing and that people can get it despite everything. Anne says, my father has Alzheimer's, also my mother. Dad read encyclopedias for fun. He did hard crosswords and Sudokus on most days. He didn't smoke and he can still walk for miles at the age of 86. This disease can happen to anyone. It's awful watching such a brainy, articulate man becoming so closed down. I have to watch both of my beautiful parents succumb to this disease.
Yeah, thanks for getting in touch with us, Anne. It must be... I can only imagine how difficult it must be for you, so thank you for that.
Yeah, and nobody is pretending for a minute that, just doing Sudokus or learning to play a musical instrument is the key. It's clearly a factor, that's all.
Yeah. Also talking about working from home this morning, Sian says, my sister works from home now. Her council authority should reimburse her extra heating, electric, water, phone bills, especially this winter when the price cap goes up even more. They won't have the office energy costs.
Yeah, but surely you're saving money on not travelling into work all the time.
Yeah.
And commuting costs can be extortionate.
They can. Although I guess on balance, energy is outstripping train fares.
No, you'd be lucky to get a train at the moment anyway, wouldn't you?
Well, indeed.
Stephen says cutting taxes and VAT puts more money in people's pockets. More money in people's pockets means more money to spend on goods. More money spent on goods means more profits made by companies. More money made by companies means more taxes paid. It's a simple logic.
Stephen for Chancellor, possibly. Denise has been in touch with us. We've been talking about Rishi Sunak just then, to Richard Holden MP, who's supporting Rishi Sunak's campaign to be the next Prime Minister. And reports, apparently, that Rishi Sunak's calls were being rejected or ignored by Boris Johnson. Denise says, why should Boris take calls from the guy who stabbed him in the back? He could answer the phone and say...
But you wonder why Rishi
would... Why
would he be ringing Boris Johnson in the first place? What would he be wanting? His endorsement? There's no way he's going to give his endorsement to Rishi Sunak.
Could be saying, I'm sorry.
Maybe that's a bit late.
Maybe.
I just want to know, why would Rishi Sunak be calling Boris Johnson?
Yeah. Well, there have been calls for him and Boris Johnson and his trust to get together, work out a plan of action to tackle the energy bills. Maybe it's that. I don't know. Maybe it was the wrong number.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Michael says MPs, on the subject of MPs, since youngsters with no life experience and straight from university with something like a PPE degree started becoming MPs, the civil service has had it easy and the government has never been in such a state. Yes, that's the career MP you're complaining about there, isn't it?
Yeah. Listen, we love
without any other sort of life experience.
Yeah. We do love going through your emails, so do keep them coming in. Get involved with the conversation this morning.
GBViews at gbnews.uk
is the email address. Let's go to Scotland next, specifically the Aberdeenshire town of Ballater, close to the Queen's residence at Balmoral Castle. It's hosted its first full... I love the Highland Games. It's great to watch.
They are extraordinary to watch.
They are brilliant, and it's hosted its first full Highland Games since before the pandemic. What's your personal favourite?
Oh, tossing the caber and
yeah, that was in it.
Doing something else. You know, with a great big sort of like a cannonball, doing something that. What is that? Shot? Is that shot putting?
Yeah, we're hearing shot put in our ear, but it's slightly more than that, isn't it? It's kind of similar to that.
I don't know, but we'll find out, because it was a chance for locals and visitors to celebrate those traditional Scottish cultural things with a royal twist. Our royal reporter, Cameron Walker, was there.
An ancient tradition's been thrown into new beginnings. The first time of full Highland Games in Ballater since the coronavirus pandemic. The Prince of Wales, or the Duke of Rothesay as he's known in Scotland, is a keen attendee of Ballater's Highland Games. But the royal connection goes back much further than that, as local MP Andrew Bowie explained.
Queen Elizabeth is known to very much enjoy the months that she spends on royalty side every year. And of course here in Ballater, the connection to the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Rothesay, as you say, just up the road. So we're very proud of the links and the connections to not just the Highland Games, but to the entire region. We very much feel that this is their second home and that they feel very much at home here.
Queen Victoria attended the nearby Braemar gathering in 1848. She enjoyed it so much she granted the gathering with a royal patronage almost 20 years later. Today, the Queen and senior members of the royal families stick to tradition. James Dawkins is a heavy field athlete. He explains it's not quite as simple as just tossing the caber. It requires months of training.
Generally it's a lot through the winters, lifting weights, and then as soon as the light nights come you can get out throwing just as many times during the week you can. And then once the summer comes you're throwing every weekend pretty much, so you get a lot of throwing.
James's favourite event is hammer throw. A round metal ball weighing up to 10 kilograms is attached to a wooden stick and whirled around and released. The further away it lands, the better. But special shoes are needed.
These are the hammer boots, which mine are in a little bit bad nick. It's just a spike, so you dig your toes in when you're throwing the hammer because you're coming up, just to give you leverage and balance so you can throw it quicker and further, hopefully.
Sports perhaps requiring slightly less strength, including tilt the bucket, which I was unlucky enough to have a go at. Running and spectacular Highlands dancing appears to entertain the crowds. Some have travelled many miles to see the tradition for themselves. With a 3-year wait for 2022's annual Highland Games, the community hopes the wait for next year's Games won't be quite so long. Cameron Walker, GB News, Ballater.
Love that.
Love it. We've been joined by Aidan and Stephanie, and Stephanie just said, what are they doing?
Stephanie, it's the ultimate in combining showbiz and sport. If that's
I
if the
want to
Highland
go
Games is
there. I have to be there next year. How often do they do it? Is it once
Every year.
Oh my
year,
gosh,
yeah.
I'm going to get the Highland.
But that's the first time in 3
You
years.
want to be my plus one?
How to toss a lamppost. And,
Yeah, exactly, and go in a wheelbarrow
I've never seen the one with the wheelbarrow in the water.
Yeah, that's
don't know what
great.
that
We
is.
love that.
They look very strong.
It's not there, is it? They chase some cheese down a hill.
Oh, that's in Somerset, I
That's
think.
in
isn't it?
Somerset,
You
yeah.
have a roll
Cheese
of-
rolling.
Yeah, cheese rolling. It's a
Yeah,
big-
that's good, that one.
Nobody knows why they do it, but they do.
No one ever wins, do they?
No, I don't think so, no. That's not the point, it's the taking part.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Highland Games is absolutely fascinating. If you went yesterday, if you've seen any of it, get in touch, tell us all
Yeah.
about it. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
GBViews at gbnews.uk. Get
Yeah, speaking of sport games, Aidan, Tyson Fury could be hanging up his gloves.
I don't think so.
Hasn't he said that before?
I used to fall for it, honestly. My previous job, I used to fall for
Oh, hang on a minute, we've got some problems with your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs to be switched on.
Yeah, well, I think it's always a good idea to switch it on. It's on. Oh, yeah.
It is. I'll tell you what. Let's go to
can't do mine,
showbiz.
but it's
Steph.
Yeah.
We'll get you sorted, shall we?
Yeah. Can you hear
Right.
me? Yeah.
OK. Designer handbags.
Oh.
And Kylie Jenner.
And I like to spend money on handbags. But at this time where everyone's thinking of a cost of living crisis, Kylie Jenner has clearly not read the room. For her 25th birthday, she was gifted a $100 million Hermes bag from her mum, which she was flaunting.
100 million?
Yes, 100 million, yeah.
100 million or 1 million? It says
Actually,
here
no.
1 million. Not that makes it
No,
slightly...
it's 100.
Is it 100 million?
Yeah.
Wow.
For a rare Hermes bag, which she was gifted from her mum, Kris Jenner.
Oh, wow.
Well, if you've got too much money, it just shows that, people with too much money just don't know how to spend it
They
properly,
don't
do
know,
they?
they wear it once or twice and then they're just going to throw it away. And I'm just like, at the moment, even she's got so many fans who can't even afford a £100 bag, let alone 100 million. She's just flaunting it on Instagram. It really got me irritated.
And on a similar theme, I love this.
Yeah.
So Rod Stewart has won his battle with council chiefs after moaning that shoddy roads were ruining his Ferrari.
Yeah, so a couple of months ago we were talking about this on Breakfast because there was this video of him where he got his mates and he was trying to put gravel over potholes in Essex near his home because he was saying that he couldn't drive, it was messing up his Ferrari, the tyres on it, and he said the council weren't doing anything. So he put this video out of him and his mates doing it, and then once they came out, the council came out and said, actually, no, you guys, what you're doing is illegal, and if there's any accidents, you guys will be liable for it. But now the council have actually taken his action seriously and they've actually resurfaced the roads.
Well, there you go. So it actually worked in the end.
It did. He took matters into his own hands.
Yeah. Aidan.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back, yeah.
I
I think your microphone's working all right. Yeah, we can hear you now.
There are lots of people in my life, I've met in my life, who'd like to switch my microphone off, actually.
Never.
Maybe that was it. No, we were talking about Tyson Fury.
Yeah, I've fallen...
And the fact that he said this before, that he's going to hang up.
Yeah, I mean, it does look a bit more genuine this time. He says, I finally decided to walk away. He used to write things like, I've quit, and people used to take it with a pinch of salt. Although saying that, in my previous show, I fell for it so many times. I'd say, it'd be 4 o'clock and I'd be on a show. Wow, Tyson Fury's just quit. So I ring our boxing correspondent. He says, no, he hasn't. It's fine. Take it with a pinch of salt. And that was when he was actually between fights and things weren't going well for him outside the ring. So he actually had more of a reason to quit then.
See, that's what I was going to ask. Do you think he says it just to get a headline, or he says it because
Possibly.
he's truly, just had enough of the sport?
No, he might have bad days, but I mean, 34 is too young for a boxer to retire now. Anyway, we've long since entered the era where fighters go on until their early 40s now. So that's one thing. He appointed a new coach about 4 or 5 days ago, so I don't know if that coach was meant to see him through the last 4 days of his career.
Yeah.
It seems a bit odd. And also, there are the commercial opportunities. We've got Joshua against Usyk in Saudi Arabia next Saturday. He doesn't have to fight the winner of that bout in terms of sporting veracity. He's already proved that he's the best in the world. He may even be the best ever, but commercially, especially if it's Joshua, to a British fight audience, regardless of where that fight takes place, the commercial opportunity of that is absolutely enormous. So I don't think he would let that go without having that fight, because I think he knows he can beat Joshua as well, and he's probably the only standing bulwark where that is unproven, and there'll always be people thinking, well, Joshua hits hard, he could have beaten Fury. I think he'd like to go out and prove either against Joshua or Usyk that he's capable of beating both of them, which I think he is.
Yeah. But why does he want to retire? What is behind it?
Well, this is the thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he actually does want to want to retire. Yeah, it might be a bit of maybe. Sometimes it happens when a boxer is trying to push on negotiations.
Yeah.
So maybe there might be because Joshua Usyk is next week. There may be negotiations for the fight after that, and maybe he's not happy with how things... I'm only speculating here. Maybe he's not happy with how negotiations are going, so he's saying, I'll quit, and then maybe the promoters are thinking, we better not take this risk. Let's hurry up and get the ink written down on the paper and get it signed.
He's really grown on me over the past few years, Tyson Fury.
Oh, he's rebuilt himself.
Because you've seen times when he's been away from the ring and he's put on lots of weight, and then you see his journey back to the ring and you realise how much mental health he's battled over the years, and then when he gets into the ring as well... Amazing.
So I was told in my previous job, I wanted to do him live on TV, and it would have been a big thing for us. He was well known at the time. My output editor said to me, a guy called Laurie Tucker, he said you can't interview him live because he swears too much.
Yeah.
So I'm going, I'll leave it out. Come on, I can control this, Anyway, I went into an edit suite and we recorded it. Goodness me, every fourth word was a swear word, and I kind of understood why we couldn't do it.
There are some people that you just cannot interview.
No.
Really.
I'm sorry, but I think you'd be able to do that interview now. I think he's matured a lot and he understands that you just can't go around conducting yourself like that.
Yeah, and
but he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, and just interestingly, Steph, are you a boxing fan?
Yes, I love boxing.
You are? Okay,
yeah. And I do want to see this Anthony Joshua and Fury match happen, because for so many years we've heard that it's going to happen and it hasn't actually happened. So I think once he does that, he can retire.
Quite local to you, Joshua, isn't he? He lives in Golders Green.
Yeah, he's a North London boy.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get what is such a spectacle. Why would you be a fan of boxing?
You know what? I've always liked the discipline of boxing because it's physically you're working your whole body, but your mind, you have to stay alert. You snooze, you lose in boxing. So it's like that concentration. And as well, I've just always liked the boxing stars like your Muhammad Ali's, your Frank Bruno's, all those kind of people. Like boxers are, for me, when it comes to...
I love that you've slipped into sport pundit mode because you pluralised your fighters there, your Muhammad Ali's.
Boxing does a lot to take people off the streets and into a safe
it does.
environment.
There's
no question about
manna from
that.
heaven, isn't it?
I've spent time with some top boxers leading up to really big fights. I'm talking about Groves, Froch, people like that. Away from the razzmatazz, which they get involved in to promote their fight, in the lead up to the fight, 3 to 6 weeks especially, all that stuff gets stripped away and they go back to Rocky Balboa in Rocky IV, up mountains, in trees, lifting logs up and things like that. They strip everything back and it's all about concentration and the guts those guys have getting into the ring, knowing that they're one punch away from not just humiliation, but also and people questioning your stomach for a fight, literally, but also in some extreme cases, death.
Yeah.
There was who was the very famous singer? And this is going back a bit. He was a very famous British singer, and he became a huge part of the Variety Club. He used to raise a fortune for boxing clubs for boys, and particularly in the East End of London, because it was recognised as being one of the few things that actually took young boys off the street and gave them something other than gangs to go and join. And it did teach them the discipline about boxing. He was a very famous... he was head of the Variety Club for a very long time, and he believed utterly in the power of boxing.
Kenny Lynch? Wasn't a guy called Kenny Lynch, was it?
Wasn't Kenny Lynch, no.
Frankie Vaughan.
Frankie Vaughan.
Frankie Vaughan.
He was a schmoozer. He was in the old school doing schmoozing.
Oh, was he? OK.
Yeah, he was a sort of UK schmoozy Frank Sinatra. But he absolutely, totally believed in the power of boxing.
Have you done a boxing class before, Anne?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Do you do it?
Occasionally, and it's a really good stress relief. It's such a good stress relief.
I must try it.
I love it.
Yeah. And you certainly work up a sweat quickly.
Yeah,
you
do you pretend it's me in that ring? Huh? Do you pretend it's me in that ring?
No, never.
Talking about punches up and competitions, Strictly Come Dancing has announced its new lineup.
Yeah, so it's going to be back for its 20th series next season, and it's going to be next month. It's going to be Claudia Winkleman, Tess back at the hosting, but then we've got 15 new celebrities who've been announced. We've got Tony Adams, actually.
Yeah, he's got dancing experience.
He's going to be really good.
We looked into showing the footage of him dancing 2 years ago. He was coaching Granada in Spain, and he just, I mean, we practiced it, didn't we? He does a bit of this and a bit of that. You know, I don't know how well it'll go down the Strictly.
He's got the moves.
He's definitely got moves.
And we've got Ellie Simmons, the Paralympian and stuff. So we were saying earlier, I'm going to be quite fascinated to see how we work with her and who she's going to be paired with and how she gets on with those dance moves. But then, you know, the BBC have come under attack because they're like, number one, a lot of people are complaining that the lineup is not that great, but also but people always say that, and they say that at the beginning, and then once they watch the show,
most Strictly people watch it for the dancing as well, though. They love the dance.
Yeah. And it's so good to see.
And it'll be fascinating to see who they pair Ellie with, because she's very short. She suffers from dwarfism.
Yeah.
Well, I probably shouldn't use the word suffers, but she has dwarfism condition. Yeah. And she's already achieved so much. But who are they going to pair her with, and how are they going to make that
and how it's going to work? And you know, that is the curiosity of Strictly, seeing how these new contestants are going to be able to impress us at home with their new moves and stuff. But also, people are saying there's people like Kim Marsh, Fleur East, who are already experienced dancers. So they're like, it defeats the purpose of Strictly Come Dancing.
Is there a comedy politician this time?
No.
Oh, dear.
None.
Who would you nominate? Which politician would you nominate for Strictly? The comedy one.
I'd love to see Jacob Rees-Mogg.
I was going to say him.
Loosen up.
Brilliant.
Wearing a sequin suit and actually see if he could... he probably could.
Boris would be funny.
Boris will be the man for the job. Maybe Boris might be on Strictly in a few years' time.
Maybe that's going... Well, he's a bit quiet at the moment.
Maybe sooner than that.
Anyone from the Labour or Lib Dems you'd like to see? Lembit. No, Lembit would be good, wouldn't it?
Lembit would be good, yeah.
Well, they might have done it already, don't they?
Yeah, interesting.
No, I haven't got a move in me.
No.
You saw me doing an impression of Tony Adams there.
I mean, you're talking about boxers, because Muhammad Ali was so famous for being able to dance around the ring.
Yeah,
move like a butterfly.
That's right.
Flow
like a butterfly, sting like a bee, yeah. But the footwork's so important in boxing, moving around the ring and everything, so it would lend itself to dancing, yeah.
Well, I do find the sports stars tend to do pretty well on Strictly because they've just got this sense of rhythm and coordination. So I think
and training, I think, yes, they know how to train.
Yeah,
don't they?
commitment.
Yeah, you need a bit of commitment.
Because it takes months out of your life doing Strictly.
They lose a lot of weight, but obviously their partners always worry about the Strictly curse.
Yeah.
And just
And there's
hoping
always
that their partner
You
remains.
lose your marriage and your weight, usually. Yeah. But it's always worth watching. I've never watched a Strictly all the way through. I've watched it for Anne Widdecombe. To watch her favourite bits and a few other little bits and pieces, but I've never watched the programme all through. But you're a real fan.
If I even hear the... no, I was joking.
Yeah, you were joking.
If I even hear the opening bars, I have to turn
go out the room.
Yeah. I just really want to get Paul on Strictly, or just for him to do a report on Strictly, because I remember from last year he's just not interested.
Have you been along at all to a
Yes,
Strictly?
I have. I love it.
What, to work? To
work, to interview all the contestants, but I really want to get to Blackpool. I want to get a ticket to Blackpool. Blackpool's the big one where they do all the
It's in the
nice
tower, isn't it?
Yeah. So I want to get there.
Yeah, well, I think so, quite rightly. It must be very exciting.
You'd eliminate
Sweaty and
Blackpool.
exciting. But there you are. At least it'll be another good season by the look of it, won't it?
I'm told we're almost
Christmas
out of
without
time.
it, would it?
But thanks, guys.
Cheers, nice to see you.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow?
From us.
Same
We'll be back
time.
tomorrow. Same time.
Bright
same
and early.
channel. Yeah.
Place.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello, a very good morning to you. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. More hot sunshine to come this weekend for the vast majority. 35 Celsius or even 36 degrees as temperatures peak this afternoon. But later Sunday, and more especially into the start of the week, a thundery breakdown follows. For the time being, high pressure is in control. That's keeping clouds away. It's keeping many places in the sunshine. Not everyone, though. There is some low cloud and mist around some northern and northeastern coasts. First thing, that will tend to retreat to the beaches during the afternoon. And for many, then, it's just a sunny day with that sunshine allowing temperatures to rise once again a degree or so hotter in places compared with yesterday. And so that means we could be seeing 35 or even 36 Celsius in the hot spots, which is likely to be somewhere around the Midlands, southeast England, southeast Wales or the West Country. Now, into the evening, that heat, as it builds, could spark a few showers, sharp showers across northern England, especially over the Pennines or even southern Scotland. And as the night goes on, they'll tend to drift north. And by the early hours of Saturday, actually a few more showers are likely to turn up across parts of central and western Scotland, as well as Northern Ireland. Otherwise, it stays largely dry, some mist around northeastern coast, and it's another very warm night to come, with temperatures in many spots holding up in the mid to high teens. Then a sunny start for much of England, Wales, southern and eastern Scotland on Sunday. Again, temperatures rising quickly during the morning, but the threat of these intense thunderstorms developing across northern and western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, and that could cause localised flooding as that heavy rain occurs in places. But more widely on Monday, I think, a thundery breakdown occurs. These thundery showers are likely to be hit and miss. Some places will escape them. But where they do occur, of course, they're falling on dry ground. And so that leads to the risk of flash flooding.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
My name is Andrew Doyle. Join me every Sunday evening at 7 p.m. for Free Speech Nation. This is a show where we address current affairs and news stories of the week with the help of two wonderful comedian panellists. I brought in comics because I want to give it a lighter edge, and also they work for less. See you there.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9